Chapter 2451. Swoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. The golden-clad little girl had put on the iron claw and clawed at it. Rip! 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 The golden-clad little girl's iron claw tore through the air, leaving behind a series of tearing sounds. One could vaguely see that there were cracks in the air. Claw marks appeared in the void, but the space was not torn apart. It was not because the little girl was weak, or because the claw-shaped celestial supreme treasure in her hand was useless. It was because the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone was too stable. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial would not be able to tear the space apart. Gasp! 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 A series of gasps rang out. It was the group of onlookers. When they felt the commotion caused by the little girl using the celestial supreme treasure, their hearts trembled. They couldn't help but gasp in shock. The golden-clad little girl was none other than Little Gold from the Saint Province realm. She was also the jade-eyed heavenly mouse that followed Duan Lingtian in the past. Naturally, Little Gold was no longer a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. She had successfully evolved into a celestial beast, the crimson-eyed celestial devouring mouse. Previously, Little Gold had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone with Little Black and Little White. However, when she entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she discovered that she was alone in a strange place. After that, she began to wander around the Beyond Heaven secret zone. She encountered many people who were plotting against her, but they were all killed by her. Today, she was in luck. She had heard there was an Earth-rank treasure vault here, so she had rushed over. When she arrived, she discovered there was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial supreme treasure. She discovered the strongest 5-tribulation bodiless celestial was preparing to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. She had killed the 5-tribulation bodiless celestial and successfully obtained the celestial supreme treasure. What's wrong? Why are all of you eyeing the celestial supreme treasure in my hand? Don't tell me all of you want to snatch it from me? Sensing the fearful and fiery gazes around him, Xiao Jin waved the iron claws in his hand and looked at the surrounding people with a smile as he asked. The current Little Gold looked harmless to humans and animals. But when the grinning Little Gold entered the eyes of this group of people, it was no different than a smiling devil, and it terrified them to the point they hurriedly withdrew their gazes. There were even many people that hastily turned around and left as if they were deeply afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire if they were too late. How boring! Seeing that more than half of the people had left, Goldie felt bored. At the same time, it put away its iron claws and flew away in a random direction. From the beginning to the end, the people behind could only watch as Xiao Jin left. However, they did not have the courage to chase after Xiao Jin and snatch the immortal supreme treasure from him. Brother Ling Tian killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow? Soon, Xiao Jin heard the news as he walked by. Although a lot of people thought that it was fake news, it was still not real. However, she did not think so. Initially, I thought I'm stronger than Brother Ling Tian. I didn't expect Brother Ling Tian to be strong enough to kill a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. This means Brother Ling Tian's strength is comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial at least. Little Gold thought to herself. However, she was not discouraged by the fact that Brother Ling Tian was stronger than her. She was happy for Ling Tian from the bottom of her heart. Brother Ling Tian? His strength is comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial? Big Brother Ling Tian is now so strong? Not long after Little Gold received the news, Little Black and Little White also received the news. Currently, Little Black and Little White had reunited. They were twins, after all. When their strength had reached a certain level, their bloodline connection could be amplified. Even in this vast and boundless Beyond Heaven secret zone, he could still sense the other party's presence. For this reason, it was not difficult for them to find each other and reunite. At this moment, they had also heard the news about their brother Ling Tian. Since Brother Ling Tian has been to the Heaven-rank treasure vault, He must have followed the clues he obtained in the heaven-rank treasure vault to head to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It was not difficult for Little Black to figure this out. Let's continue on our way then. Coincidentally, we also found some clues in a human-rank treasure vault. Little White looked at the feng shui compass in her hand before she called out to Little Black and flew in the direction indicated by the feng shui compass. Little Black followed closely behind. The 10,000 Beasts Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. At this moment, somewhere in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, in a large hall of a palace that occupied a vast area and had a magnificent aura, there were two peerlessly beautiful women sitting at the head of the table and below the head of the table. The red-clothed woman with an enchanting figure and a bewitching face seemed to have suddenly sensed something and frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Unlike the red-clad woman who was seductive, the red-clad woman who was seated at the head of the table was dressed in a light green robe. She had a beautiful face and a pure and holy aura. She was the complete opposite of the red-clad woman. "Sister, it's nothing." The red-clad woman shook her head when she heard the green-clad woman's words. However, the hesitant look in her eyes betrayed her thoughts. "Go ahead if you have something to do. Based on your expression, it must be something urgent," the green-clad woman said with a smile. The green-robed woman said with a smile. Her smile bloomed like 100 flowers blooming. It gave people a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. "There are 3 little fellows who didn't descend immediately after receiving the inheritance from the legacy blood pool. Moreover, they even entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The higher-ups have ordered me to bring them back to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven." After the red-clad woman finished speaking, she looked at the green-clad woman reluctantly and said, "Sister, we haven't seen each other for so many years. I really don't want to leave at this time." "Silly girl." The green-clad woman shook her head and smiled. "Why don't I go with you and have a look? It just so happens that I want to see what kind of person he is." Not only did he stay in the mundane realm, but he even entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone after obtaining the legacy blood pool personally refined by your overlord. Generally speaking, those in the mundane realms who obtained a fortuitous encounter like the legacy blood pool would ascend to the Devata realms immediately. Naturally, there were also those who continued to stay in the mundane realms due to certain reasons. However, very few people would enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone after obtaining such a fortuitous encounter. First of all, it was rare for the Beyond Heaven secret zone to open. Secondly, these people were not allowed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. According to the rules of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, those who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone must not have obtained any inheritance from a Devata realm. The reason for this rule was that the great overarching golden celestials who left their inheritances in the Beyond Heaven secret zone did not want their inheritors to have other masters or sects in the Devata realms. The 3 little fellows the red-clad woman mentioned were none other than Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. After the 3 of them obtained the inheritance from the legacy blood pool, it was equivalent to them being branded with the sect of the powerhouse who refined the legacy blood pool. According to the rules of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, they were not allowed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. If they were discovered, their cultivation bases would be crippled and they would be expelled from the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the worst case, they would be executed. Naturally, not many people in the mundane realms knew about this rule of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, since ancient times, many people who obtained inheritances from Devata realms had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Some of these people were taken away from the Beyond Heaven secret zone by the forces they belonged to. Some of them had their cultivation bases crippled by the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven secret zone and were expelled from the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Some of them were even executed by the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Due to the uniqueness of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven secret zone was usually a subordinate of a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm. Most people could not afford to offend them. Dying at the hands of a supervisor was usually a pointless death. After all, no force in the Devata realms would openly make an enemy out of the inspectors for the sake of someone who had obtained their sect's inheritance. For this reason, When they discovered that the disciples of their respective sects had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone by mistake, they would send someone to bring the disciples out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone before the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven secret zone discovered them. Now, the woman in red had received such an order. In the eyes of the people in the mundane realms, the Beyond Heaven secret zone contained the legacies and treasures left behind by great overarching golden celestials. Therefore, they all thought, the Beyond Heaven secret zone was created by a perfected golden celestial. But in reality, this was not the case. The Beyond Heaven secret zone was first created by 81 heavenly emperors from the Devata realms. Since ancient times, it had been jointly managed by 81 heavenly emperors from the Devata realms. It was a platform for great overarching golden celestials in the Devata realms to look for their successors. In order to better manage the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the 81 heavenly emperors would usually send their subordinates as supervisors to oversee the various Beyond Heaven secret zones. Naturally, a single supervisor would have to oversee tens of thousands of Beyond Heaven secret zones. After all, there were too many Beyond Heaven secret zones. In that case, sister, let's depart now. I heard that the three little fellows entered the inheritance blood pool together. Moreover, it's said that they have great potential. That's why the higher-ups arranged for me to personally bring them to the 10,000 beasts heaven. The red-clad woman said to the green-clad woman. The red-clad woman seemed to be conversing casually with the green-clad woman, but based on her tone, one could tell that she was trying to say something. Chapter 2452. Now that you mention it, I'm even more interested in those three little fellows. The green-clad woman's eyes lit up when she heard the red-clad woman's words. Based on her words, it was obvious she was in high spirits. If that's the case, let's go together, sister, the red-clad woman said. Let's go! When the green-clothed lady opened her mouth once again, her figure, which was seated on the leader's seat in the large hall, gradually faded away before disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, the red-clad woman left as well. In an instant, the huge hall fell completely silent. Meanwhile, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White, who were far away in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, were still unaware of the danger they were facing. If they were discovered by the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, even if they did not die, they would lose their cultivation bases. Currently, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White were still looking forward to the moment they could reunite with their big brother Ling Tian and big sister Ke. However, they were unaware that they were in danger. They did not know a crisis was approaching them. They were also unaware that someone was preparing to bring them out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone to the Devata realms. There was a Beyond Heaven pavilion in every Devata realm. There were 81 Devata realms in total. For this reason, there were 81 Beyond Heaven pavilions. To a certain extent, the Beyond Heaven pavilion was a transit point between the Devata realms and the Beyond Heaven secret zone. If a great overarching golden celestial wanted to leave his or her inheritance in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he or she would have to register in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After registering, one would be able to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone through the transporting formation in the Beyond Heaven pavilion. Apart from that, one would also have to leave behind heaven rank and earth rank treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone according to the rules of the Beyond Heaven pavilion. The Beyond Heaven pavilion was similar to the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. They were subordinates of the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. However, unlike the supervisor, there were many Devata realms. Due to the large number of members in the Beyond Heaven pavilion, there was a mix of good and bad people. Some of them were even willing to sell the information they obtained from the Beyond Heaven secret zone for their own benefits. For example, if they discovered Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White who had violated the rules of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, they should immediately notify the supervisor so that the supervisor could punish them. However, the members of Beyond the Heaven sect who discovered that Xiao Jin, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai had violated the rules did not inform the supervisor. Instead, they informed the faction that had left the inheritance for Xiao Jin and the other two. They often did this kind of thing. Moreover, every time, they would be able to obtain generous rewards from it. Lord Meng, it is the three of them. In a secret room, A middle-aged man in uniform pointed at the three people in the two constantly changing mirror images in front of him, and said respectfully to the woman in red standing in front of him. In one of the images, a golden-clothed little girl was hurrying on her way. In the other image, a black-clothed little boy and a white-clothed little girl were in a human-ranked treasure vault in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. They were dealing with one obstacle after another. The entire process was exceptionally easy. I discovered the black-clothed little boy and the white-clothed little girl by accident. When they make a move, a crescent-shaped blood moon mark would appear between their eyebrows. That's the mark of the Blood Moon Ridges people. The middle-aged man continued to speak. The words Beyond the Heavens sect were embroidered on the chest of the middle-aged man's uniform, indicating his identity as a member of the Beyond the Heavens sect. Since I discovered the two of them by accident, I searched through the people in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the end, I discovered the golden-clothed little girl. When she makes a move, a blood moon mark would appear between her eyebrows as well. The middle-aged man did not continue to speak after he reached this point. You've done well. When I bring the three of them out, I'll present the Blood Moon Ridge's gift of gratitude to you. The woman in red nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Lord Meng. Upon hearing the woman in red's words, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as a bright smile appeared on his face. The reason he had tipped off the Blood Moon Ridge was because he wanted the Blood Moon Ridge's gift of gratitude. They're the dragons? At this moment, the green-clothed woman, who had been standing beside the red-clothed woman, suddenly narrowed her eyes as she stared at one of the images that was constantly changing. This was because in the mirror image, the black-clothed little boy and the white-clothed little girl had also transformed into their original forms. 2 8-clawed divine dragons. Meng Yao. I want these two little fellows. The green-clad woman looked at the red-clad woman and said in a decisive tone, Sister, it's not a problem if you want to take them away. However, you'll have to ask the patriarch of your clan to inform our lord. The red-clad woman was not surprised by the green-clad woman's words at all. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to explain myself to the higher-ups. The red-clad woman could not help but smile wryly when she reached the end of her sentence. All right. The green-clad woman nodded. At the same time, she shifted her gaze to the 2 8-clawed divine dragons in the mirror again. Lord Meng, this is... The middle-aged man standing at the side could not help but ask the red-clad woman when he realized the green-clad woman was not an ordinary person. She's my sister, Ji Xiang. The red-clad woman replied. Ji Xiang? The middle-aged man frowned. He felt as though he had heard this name before, but he could not recall where he had heard it from. My sister is a member of the dragons. The red-clad woman reminded him. Dragons? The middle-aged man's body trembled when he heard the red-clad woman's words. When he looked at the green-clad woman again, his voice trembled as he asked, Could she be the youngest elder of the dragons in our Wanshou heaven, Elder Ji Xiang? Yes. The red-clad woman replied. Greetings, Elder Ji Xiang. I didn't know Elder Ji Xiang's identity earlier. Please forgive my rudeness, Elder Ji Xiang. After receiving confirmation from the red-clothed woman, the middle-aged man's body trembled. He immediately looked at Elder Ji Xiang and hurriedly bowed and apologized. The heavenly emperor of the Wanshou heaven was no longer a member of the dragons. However, the dragon's foundation in the Wanshou heaven was second only to the heavenly emperor of the Wanshou heaven. Even the powerful Blood Moon Ridge was slightly inferior to the dragons. Activate the transportation formation that leads to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The green-clad woman, Ji Xiang, the youngest elder of the dragon clan in the 10,000 Beast Heaven, ignored the middle-aged man's apology. She looked at him indifferently and said, You're right. Yes. When the middle-aged man saw that Ji Xiang had no intention of arguing with him, he did not dare to slack off. He hurriedly made some arrangements and activated the transporting formation that led to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Although the Beyond Heaven sect was directly under the command of the heavenly emperor of the Wanshou heaven, he was not a member of the Wanshou heaven. However, he was aware of his own limitations. For an ordinary member of Beyond the Heaven sect like him, even if Ji Xiang killed 1,000 or 800 of them, the Sky Emperor would not stand up for him. Swoosh! As soon as the transportation formation was activated, Ji Xiang disappeared from the transportation formation in just a flash. The red-clad woman followed closely behind her. At the same time, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that was connected to the Saint Province realm, Yanhuang realm, and the other 3 mundane realms, 2 more outsiders had arrived. They were the 2 people from the 10,000 Beast Heaven in the Devata realm. Ji Xiang, an elder of the dragons. Dream Demon, a member of the Blood Moon Ridge. Swoosh! As soon as Ji Xiang arrived in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, her divine consciousness swept out like a hurricane and shrouded a large area. Her divine consciousness covered 1% of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. From this, one could see how powerful Ji Xiang, the youngest elder of the dragons in the Wanshou Heaven, was. Just when Ji Xiang discovered that her 2 targets were not within the range of her spiritual sense and was about to withdraw her spiritual sense, she suddenly seemed to have sensed something and did not immediately withdraw her spiritual sense. This is. A purple-clad young man appeared in the range of Ji Xiang's divine consciousness. He raised his hand and shot out a celestial sword. More than 5 sword rays shot out and merged with the celestial sword, causing it to shine brightly. Soon after, a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by him. This sword-wielding technique. It seems to be, Ji Xiang closed her eyes as she thought to herself. Scenes from many years ago appeared in her mind. Back then, a genius sword celestial had come to the Wanshou Heaven and challenged the strongest clan leader of the dragons. That battle could be said to be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. At that time, she was only an ordinary disciple of the dragons. Since her parents were guardians of the dragons, she was able to witness the earth-shattering battle with her own eyes. In that battle, the godlike clan leader of the dragon clan was ultimately defeated by that genius sword immortal. How could the clan leader be defeated? How's that possible? Ji Xiang could not accept the truth at that time. I admit defeat. I'm completely convinced. With your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to challenge and replace the Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm. Ji Xiang remembered the clan leader of the dragons had said to the genius sword Celestial Sword. Soon after, a piece of news came from the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had died after being challenged. The new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was the one who had killed the former Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is the genius sword Celestial who defeated the clan leader? Ji Xiang was completely dumbfounded when news of this spread to the Wanshou Heaven and the dragons. She did not expect this. Chapter 2453. The reason Ji Xiang, the youngest elder of the dragons of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, thought about the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had challenged their patriarch in the past was because of this. She had thought about the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. She had sensed the sword-wielding technique cast by the purple-clad young man with her divine consciousness. The sword-wielding technique cast by the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was even more profound. However, there were many similarities between the purple-clad young man's sword-wielding technique and the purple-clad young man's sword-wielding technique. Is he related to the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Even Ji Xiang didn't know why, but at this moment, such a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. In the past, she would have thought this was ridiculous. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had a lofty status. How could he be related to someone from the mundane realms? However, she could see the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven in the purple-clad young man. For this reason, she was not certain if this thought was ridiculous or impossible. His cultivation base is only that of an eminent celestial. However, he could easily kill a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Although the 6th tribulation bodiless celestial did not possess a celestial weapon. Although Ji Xiang was an elder of the dragons of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, and had seen many geniuses, she could not help but exclaim in awe. She would not be surprised if she saw an eminent celestial who could easily kill a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devata realms. After all, eminent celestials in the Devata realms were not comparable to eminent celestials in the mundane realms. The celestial weapon that Ji Xiang mentioned was, in fact, a celestial supreme treasure. In the Devata realms, most people referred to celestial supreme treasures as celestial weapons. Apart from that, 99% of bodiless celestials could only use celestial weapons and not celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realms. This was because bodiless celestials' bodies could not withstand celestial methods and divine abilities at that level. Even if a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage had mastered celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realms before he failed the heavenly tribulation, he would not be able to use celestial methods and divine abilities at that level. Unless he wanted to die. Only after he became a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and ascended to the Devata realm would he be able to cast the celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realm. This was the greatest disadvantage of itinerant immortals. He could only use celestial weapons and could not use celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realms. Of course, there were a small number of loose immortals who were exceptions. They were loose immortals who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. They could cast offensive celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. It should be a coincidence. In the end, Ji Xiang shook her head. She felt that the purple-clad young man had nothing to do with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It was just a coincidence that the sword-controlling technique they used was similar. Soon, Ji Xiang withdrew her divine sense and explored the other side. At this time, the red-clothed woman behind Ji Xiang, Dream Demon, did not stay idle. She extended her divine sense and searched for the black-clothed little boy and white-clothed little girl with Ji Xiang. Of course, she was also looking for the little girl in gold. I finally found a human-rank treasure vault. With this clue, I'll be able to meet Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr soon. The golden-clad little girl rose into the air from a lake. The tranquility of the lake was broken. The lake water splashed everywhere, but it didn't wet her clothes. The golden-clad little girl looked at the feng shui compass in her hand with an excited expression on her face. It's in this direction. Just as the golden-clad little girl was about to follow the feng shui compass, a gust of wind blew. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, a red figure had appeared in the path of the little girl in gold. Who are you? The golden-clad little girl's expression changed drastically when she saw the red-clad little girl who had appeared out of thin air. Because this woman in red had appeared out of thin air in front of her eyes. She had no idea where she had come from, nor did she catch a glimpse of her. What did this mean? This meant the red-clad little girl was much stronger than her. Little girl, you're too greedy. The red-clad little girl was none other than the dream demon who had just entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. She looked at the golden-clad little girl and sighed softly. Since you've obtained the inheritance from the Blood Moon Ridge's legacy blood pool, you should ascend to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Even if you don't want to ascend, you shouldn't have come to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the dream demon said. Upon hearing the dream demon's words, the golden-clad little girl, Little Gold, was dumbfounded. The legacy blood pool? You! How do you know about the legacy blood pool? When Xiao Jin looked at the dream demon again, other than panic and fear, there was also confusion and disbelief in her eyes. She did not know how the red-clad little girl knew about the legacy blood pool and that she had obtained the inheritance from the legacy blood pool. The legacy blood pool you encountered was personally refined by the Lord of Blood Moon Ridge. Do you think I don't know about it? The dream demon asked. Blood Moon Ridge? Lord of Blood Moon Ridge? He's the one who refined the legacy blood pool? Little Gold muttered to herself. Then, she looked at the dream demon and asked, Does this mean you're a celestial from a Devata realm? Little Gold's eyes lit up when she heard the dream demon's words. At this moment, she realized the red-clad little girl had no ill intentions toward her. Otherwise, why would the red-clad little girl tell her so much? With the red-clad little girl's strength, it would only take a blink of an eye for the red-clad little girl to kill her. Of course. The dream demon nodded and said, I'm here to bring you out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Do you know how dangerous it is for you to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone? As she spoke, the dream demon's tone became serious. Dangerous? Little Gold was stunned when she heard the dream demon's words. Then she shook her head and said, As long as I don't provoke bodiless celestials who are stronger than me, I won't be in danger. Moreover, more than 90% of the people in the Beyond Heaven secret zone are weaker than me. Don't they still have to survive? Now, Little Gold only thought that the dream demon's danger came from those itinerant immortals who were stronger than her. The danger I'm referring to has nothing to do with bodiless celestials who are stronger than you. The dream demon patiently explained to Little Gold. After these words, Xiao Jin learned about the existence of the supervisor. At the same time, Xiao Jin also learned that she knew she had violated the rules of the Beyond Heaven secret zone by entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone after obtaining the legacy from the legacy blood pool. If I'm targeted by the inspectors, even if I don't die, I won't be able to keep my cultivation base? Little Gold's expression changed drastically. Yes. The dream demon nodded and said, Therefore, we have to leave as soon as possible. If we're targeted by the inspectors at this time, not only will you die, but I'll also be implicated. As she spoke, the dream demon's tone became somewhat hurried. I still have 2 friends. Little Gold's expression changed drastically. Little Gold's expression changed again as she thought about Little Black and Little White. She wanted the dream demon to bring them away as well. Your 2 friends should have left the Beyond Heaven secret zone by now. I'll bring you to them now. The moment Dream Demon's words left his mouth, he brought Little Gold and left. They stepped onto the transporting formation and returned to a secret room in the Beyond the Heaven sect. Little Gold. Just as Xiao Jin felt an ear-piercing light enter her eyes, 2 familiar voices rang in her ears. Little Black? Little White? Little Gold sighed in relief when she saw the black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl. I'll bring them away. You can come to the dragons to receive your reward after a month. Another voice rang in Little Gold's ears at this moment. It was only at this moment that she discovered the red-clad woman, Little Black, and Little White were not the only people who had brought her out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. A green-clad woman was talking to a middle-aged man who was dressed in a uniform. Thank you, Elder Ji Xiang. The middle-aged man thanked Ji Xiang with a joyful expression on his face. To him, the reward of the dragon race was an additional joy. In the beginning, all he wanted was the reward from Blood Moon Ridge. Moreover, when he found out the dragons wanted to bring 2 of the dragons away, he did not think he would be able to obtain the reward from the dragons. Dream Demon, I'll make a move first. Following that, Xiao Jin noticed that the green-robed woman glanced at the red-robed woman beside her before leaving with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. From the beginning until the end, she did not manage to speak to Little White and Little Black at all. Little Black. Little White. Little Gold's expression changed drastically. She looked at the red-clad woman and asked anxiously, Where did she bring Little Black and Little White? Don't worry. She won't harm your 2 friends. She's only bringing them home. Before Little Gold could react, the Dream Demon had already left with Little Gold. From the beginning until the end, Little Gold did not have the strength to resist at all. Her power is too strong. Even a 9 bodiless celestial from the mundane realms can't compare to her. Little Gold, who had struggled to no avail, was shocked when she was brought away by the Dream Demon. It's a pity I missed the chance to see Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr again. Little Gold felt bitter when she thought about how she was brought away from the Beyond Heaven secret zone to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, one of the Devata realms. I wonder when I'll be able to see Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr again. Now, Xiao Jin sensed that the surrounding air was filled with an exaggeratedly dense amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Chapter 2454. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened to Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. He did not know the 3 of them had been abducted while they were on their way to look for him. Moreover, they had been abducted to a Devata realm, somewhere in the beyond heaven's secret zone. We're too late! The three of them were travel-worn when they arrived at a lofty mountain range. They looked at the old man who was surrounded by a group of people as he held a broad saber in his hand. A terrifying aura was faintly emitted from the saber. Buzz! 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 As soon as the old man channeled his energy into the saber in his hand began to vibrate violently. Saber rays continued to radiate from the saber, as though it was indestructible. Good saber! Good saber! At the same time, the old man laughed heartily as he held the saber in his hand. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the people whispering among themselves. Duan Lingtian learned from the people around him that the old man was in a treasure vault. This was an earth-rank treasure vault. The saber in the old man's hand was the celestial supreme treasure in this earth-rank treasure vault. Before the old man arrived, 2 6 tribulation bodiless celestials had fought to the death for this saber. However, when the old man arrived, he did not even bother to wait for the 2 6 tribulation bodiless celestials to injure each other. Instead, he killed the 2 6 tribulation bodiless celestials. He had revealed his strength as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial! When the people present on the scene realized the old man was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, they no longer dared to dream about obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. What a joke! The old man was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Trying to snatch a celestial supreme treasure from a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial was like trying to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. If he doesn't manage to obtain the celestial supreme treasure, the saber would belong to you, Brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, sighed as she looked at the old man who was laughing. In her opinion, even if this old man was a 7 tribulation loose immortal, as long as he hadn't obtained an immortal supreme treasure, he was no match for her brother Lingtian. After all, her brother Lingtian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength was comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, now that this 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had obtained a celestial supreme treasure, it meant his strength was comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. He was on par with her brother Lingtian. At this time, it would be difficult for her big brother Lingtian to snatch the immortal supreme treasure from him. Zhang Yi, who was standing on the other side of Duan Lingtian, didn't say anything, but it wasn't hard to tell from his pitiful eyes. His current thoughts were the same as Han Xuanai's. Who's boasting shamelessly? This woman said that if the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial didn't obtain the celestial supreme treasure, the man beside her would be able to obtain it? Although Han Xuanai's voice was not loud, everyone present on the scene heard her clearly. Many people turned to look at Han Xuanai and Duan Lingtian in unison. This was because they could hear the voice of the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial. The big brother Lingtian the woman spoke of was none other than this purple-clad young man. After the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial obtained the celestial supreme treasure, his strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who doesn't possess a celestial supreme treasure. Based on the woman's words, the purple-clad young man beside her is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Is it possible that he's an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? More and more people turned to look at Duan Lingtian curiously. They were curious if Duan Lingtian was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although they were curious, none of them used their divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. After all, probing another person's cultivation base was considered presumptuous. In their opinion, this was not the case. If they probed the purple-clad young man with their divine consciousness, it would be fine if he was not an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if he was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he might even kill them out of anger. For this reason, even though they were skeptical, they did not dare to confirm it themselves. 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, the old man who obtained the celestial supreme treasure, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, heard the commotion and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. It's you! As soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he could not help but cry out angrily. It was as though Duan Lingtian was his sworn enemy. As soon as the old man shouted, a vast amount of energy surged out of his body. A portion of his energy was channeled into the saber in his hand, causing it to radiate with terrifying saber rays. HM? The old man's actions were so loud that it instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian and the other two. What? What's going on? This seven tribulation bodiless celestial knows the purple-clad young man? Based on his actions, it seems like he has a grudge with the purple-clad young man. This is interesting. At this time, the group of onlookers could also see the enmity the old man had towards the purple-clothed young man from his expression and behavior. Moreover, it seemed to be an extraordinary enmity. It was as though the purple-clad young man was his sworn enemy. Brother Lingtian. Do you know him? Han Xuanai was stunned as well. She could also feel the rage coming from the old man. She could not help but ask Duan Lingtian. Although Zhang Yi did not ask, he could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. I've never seen him before. However, Duan Lingtian shook his head. He was 100% sure of it. He was certain he had never seen the old man before, let alone become enemies with him. Could he be related to those people I killed before? Duan Lingtian could only think of this possibility. After all, since he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he had killed many people. The scene of some of them being killed must have been transmitted to the people behind them in the form of a mirror image through a method similar to the mirror image talisman. That's the only possibility. No matter how Duan Lingtian thought about it, he still felt this was the only possibility. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian sensed a powerful divine sense surging toward him. A powerful divine sense swept towards him without any concealment. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped him, giving him a feeling that he had nowhere to hide. You're both eminent celestials like Rongbo from the Liyan sect. Since you're able to kill him so easily, it means you're quite strong. In fact, your strength is comparable to an ordinary bodiless celestial. Unfortunately, you're unlucky to have encountered me. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the old man who was glaring at Duan Lingtian with rage in his eyes finally spoke. Rongbo? The people present on the scene were confused when they heard the old man's words. They had no idea what the old man was talking about. He's from the Liyan sect from the Skyline Realm? At this moment, some of the people from the Skyline Realm were startled. Rongbo! Zhang Yi, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, narrowed his eyes when he heard the old man's words. A shocked expression could be seen on his face. As it turns out, he's from the Liyan sect where Rongbo is from. No wonder he's so hostile toward Duan Lingtian. Since he recognized Duan Lingtian, it means he saw the mirror image of Duan Lingtian killing Rongbo. He knows Rongbo was killed by Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Zhang Yi finally understood why the old man was so hostile toward Duan Lingtian. Since the old man was a seven tribulation bodiless celestial from the Liyan sect, it meant he had a high status in the sect. For this reason, the old man would not let the matter rest when Rongbo, the most outstanding disciple in the Liyan sect, was killed by someone else. For this reason, it was only natural the old man was hostile toward Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, he's Rongbo's backer. Han Xuanai finally understood. Along the way, she had heard Zhang Yi mention how he and her brother Lingtian knew each other. During this time, Zhang Yi had also mentioned Rongbo. She had also heard about how Rongbo was killed by her brother Lingtian. I see. In fact, Duan Lingtian had guessed the old man had something to do with the person he had killed in the past. However, he did not expect the old man to be so bold. He did not expect the old man to be Rongbo's backer. An eminent celestial. Earlier, the seven tribulation bodiless celestial said the purple-clad young man is an eminent celestial? Impossible! If the purple-clad young man is an eminent celestial, why would the woman be so bold as to say the purple-clad young man is capable of killing a seven tribulation bodiless celestial? Maybe she's just bragging. That's possible. At the same time, everyone's attention shifted to the old man's words. Earlier, The old man had said Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. Bragging? Bragging? How dares she underestimate Brother Lingtian? Upon hearing the words of the surrounding people, Han Xuanai was so angry that her face turned red. She couldn't help but retort loudly. She retorted, "It's not like my brother Lingtian hasn't killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial before. Previously, my brother Lingtian killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. Although my brother Lingtian is only an eminent celestial, his strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial." Han Xuanai could not hold back her anger when she heard the people in the surroundings saying she was bragging and looked down on her brother Lingtian. An eminent celestial killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow? His strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? However, when they heard Han Xuanai's words, many people found them familiar. She called the purple-clad young man Brother Lingtian. Could it be that the purple-clad young man is Duan Lingtian? Chapter 2455. Duan Lingtian? Following an unknown cry, the entire place immediately fell into a deathly silence. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, they were familiar with this name. Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial, killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow outside a heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. His strength is suspected to be comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Most of the people present on the scene had heard about this before. Of course, there were even more people who thought that it was fake news. Don't tell me he's really Duan Lingtian. Didn't you hear the girl next to him say he killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial before? His strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. That girl called him Brother Lingtian. He must be Duan Lingtian. Rumor has it that Duan Lingtian once killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. However, not many people believe this. The people in the surroundings whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Humph! The Duan Lingtian you're talking about is my brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai scoffed when she heard these people's whispers. It's true that my brother Lingtian once killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial outside a heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he killed the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. Han Xuanai's voice became louder and louder when she finished speaking. He's really Duan Lingtian. After Han Xuanai confirmed it, the people present on the scene also confirmed it. I didn't think I'd be able to meet the legendary Duan Lingtian. I wonder if this Duan Lingtian is really as strong as an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. We'll soon find out if he's as strong as an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Don't you see that Lord 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who obtained a celestial supreme treasure is glaring at him? There's going to be a good show. The onlookers shifted their gazes from Duan Lingtian to the 7 tribulation individual celestial from the Lian sect of the Skyline realm. So you're that legendary Duan Lingtian? The 7th tribulation scattered celestial of the Lian sect, who was the old man, stared at Duan Lingtian with contempt and said disdainfully, "Unfortunately, I don't believe in that rumor. I've seen you fight through the mirror image before. The strength you displayed when you killed Rong Bo is only comparable to a 3 or 4 tribulation bodiless celestial at most." The disdain in the old man's eyes intensified when he reached the end of his sentence. Previously, he had seen the mirror image of the Lian sect's disciple, Rong Bo, being killed by Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had killed Rong Bo in a completely one-sided manner, his strength was not as strong as the rumors made him out to be. For this reason, the old man did not think the rumor was true. The moment the old man's words left his mouth, even those who felt that the rumor was not baseless began to look at Duan Lingtian skeptically. You have a good eye for people. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man indifferently as he spoke unhurriedly. Duan Lingtian! You killed Rong Bo, a disciple from the Yen sect. Today, I'll avenge him and send you to hell to accompany him. The killing intent in the old man's eyes that he had temporarily suppressed surged out again. He was determined to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge Rong Bo. You want to avenge Rong Bo? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. His tone was as indifferent as before. Then you better think about it carefully. Don't lose your life before you can avenge him. That's not worth it. Duan Lingtian's words were filled with confidence. Not only was he not afraid of the old man, but he even said he would pay with his life if the old man dared to seek revenge from him. How arrogant! How arrogant! The old man was instantly enraged, and his entire body began to tremble violently. Duan Lingtian is still so calm at this moment? Don't tell me he's really confident he can kill a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure? What a joke! In the mundane realm, there are only 2 kinds of people who can kill a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. One is an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure, and the other is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. That's right. Duan Lingtian is just an eminent celestial. It's impossible for him to kill a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure. Although Duan Lingtian was very confident, not many people in the crowd believed he was capable of killing the old man. Brother Lingtian. Aunt Xuanai was stunned when she sensed Duan Lingtian's confidence. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian was very confident. In her opinion, Lingtian's strength was, at most, comparable to a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. The old man in front of them was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. However, based on Lingtian's words, it seemed like he was confident he could kill the old man. He's a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure. Where does Duan Lingtian get his confidence from? Zhang Yi was confused as well. He and Han Xuanai trusted Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they felt Duan Lingtian was not bluffing. They believed Duan Lingtian was capable of killing the 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they could not figure it out. Where did Duan Lingtian get his confidence from? They more or less knew about Duan Lingtian's background. Han Xuanai, in particular, knew a lot about Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian's assist-type divine ability can raise his strength by 2 levels. His celestial sword can raise his strength by 1 level. Moreover, the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword gives him the body and sword fusion technique that can raise his strength by 2 levels as well. Coupled with the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that can raise his strength by 1 level. His strength is only comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. Han Xuanai shook her head. She could not figure out where Lingtian's confidence came from. Could it be, suddenly, a thought flashed through Han Xuanai's mind. She seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian! At this moment, the old man from the Skyline Realms Li Yen sect shouted. His angry voice interrupted Han Xuanai's train of thought and caught Han Xuanai's attention. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he charged out like a hurricane. The celestial saber in his hand shone with a dazzling light as though it was capable of splitting heaven and earth apart. Buzz! 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 As the old man moved, the sound of saber humming rang in the air. It was so dense that it made one's scalp tingle. As the strongest bodiless celestial from the Li Yen sect in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the old man's strength was, naturally, extraordinary. He could be considered as one of the strongest 7-tribulation bodiless celestials. Moreover, he had obtained a celestial supreme treasure, so it was as though he had the help of a god. Elementary devouring tactic! As soon as the old man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, causing his strength to rise by 2 levels. At the same time, his eyes turned cold as he spat out 4 words. Submission of 10,000 soldiers! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the celestial sword that had appeared out of thin air turned into a sword ray that circled around his body. It emitted a sharp aura as it spun around him. At the same time, as the immortal swords transformed into sword gleams that circled around him rapidly, more and more sword gleams were produced. At first, there were 180 sword rays. Then, there were 1,800 sword rays. In the end, there were 10,000 sword rays. As soon as the sword rays finished transforming, they whistled in the air and appeared above Duan Ling Tian's head. They formed a profound and complicated sword formation in an orderly manner. It was a shocking sight to behold. That's... In just a blink of an eye, the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head was completely formed after Duan Ling Tian took out the celestial sword. During this process, those with weaker cultivation bases did not even have time to react. The sword array that was formed in the blink of an eye attracted almost everyone's attention at this moment. This was because the first impression that the sword formation gave off was that it was gorgeous, incomparably gorgeous. Whoosh! 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 Just as almost everyone's attention was on the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head, a strange energy fluctuation spread out from the sword formation. It was as fast as lightning. One could vaguely see, in the void, with the sword formation as the center, ripples spread rapidly to the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, it covered a large area, including the old man who was charging at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the old man who was about to attack Duan Ling Tian with his celestial saber suddenly discovered that Duan Ling Tian's attack was too fast. The celestial saber in his hand suddenly started to vibrate strangely. What's going on? In the next moment, the old man's expression changed drastically. He realized that the celestial saber was vibrating more and more violently. It even started to reject the energy he was pouring into it. It was like a disobedient child. Chi! 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 In the blink of an eye, numerous hideous and terrifying bloody marks had appeared on the old man's hand that held the immortal blade tightly, and it was dazzling and resplendent as blood dripped from it. No! If I don't let go, my hand will be crippled! After realizing this, the old man decisively let go of the immortal saber in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Chapter 2456. This, my sword, my saber! When the old man, the seven tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yen sect in the Skyline realm, let go of the celestial saber in his hand, exclamations rang in the air, attracting the old man's attention. The old man saw it clearly. Among the surrounding people, those who did not store their weapons in their storage rings, carried weapons on their backs, or were holding weapons in their hands also had their weapons injured and fell out of their hands at this moment. Whoosh! 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, whether it was the old man's celestial saber or the weapons of the people in the surroundings, all of them flew in the same direction at an exaggerated speed. It was the direction of the sword formation formed by the 10,000 sword rays above Duan Ling Tian's head. At this moment, the dazzling sword formation hovering above Duan Ling Tian was like a terrifying magnet that attracted the weapons one by one. It shrouded them in the sword formation and forcefully cut off the connection between them and their owners. What? What kind of technique is this? Even the celestial supreme treasure in the hands of the seven tribulation bodiless celestial has been taken away by him. Isn't this too terrifying? Is he even human? When the people in the surroundings saw the weapons that were enveloped by the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head, they felt chills running down their spines. After all, one of the weapons was a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, it was a celestial supreme treasure in the hands of a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. How's this possible? The old man, who was charging toward Duan Ling Tian in a ferocious manner, immediately came to a halt when he saw this strange scene. When had he ever seen such a strange scene in his life? Submission of 10,000 soldiers. This is the submission of 10,000 soldiers. When Han Xuanai saw the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head, she could not help but feel her heart tremble in fear. She was shocked by the celestial saber and the sword formation. Brother Ling Tian. He actually comprehended the fifth level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, which was created by Patriarch Feng Qingyang, before he ascended. I've long heard that if you comprehend the fifth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword created by Patriarch Feng Qingyang, you'll be able to master a technique called submission of 10,000 soldiers. Once you use it, even an ordinary celestial supreme treasure will have to submit to you. Just now, when Han Xiu and I saw Duan Lingtian's confidence, she already had some guesses. However, it was just a guess. She had never thought that her big brother Ling Tian had really comprehended the 5th level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the heart and sword as one, and mastered the submission of 10,000 soldiers. What kind of technique is this? Zhang Yi could not help but stare at the scene in front of him with his mouth agape. Everything that had happened before his eyes was beyond his imagination. Initially, when he saw the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yen sect in the Skyline realm making a move with his celestial supreme treasure, he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. However, he thought Duan Lingtian would, at most, come to a draw with him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so confident. He did not expect the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial to lose his celestial supreme treasure before they even started fighting. Duan Lingtian's technique seems to be more powerful than the body and sword as one technique he had used before. Although Zhang Yi did not know what technique Duan Lingtian had used, it did not affect his judgment. That's right! The rumor from before seemed to say that Duan Lingtian came from the Saint Province realm? Suddenly, an old woman wearing gray clothes and holding a walking stick couldn't help but ask the person beside her in a low voice. Yes. What? Is there something wrong? Did you think of something? At this time, the old woman suddenly said such a sentence, which immediately made people feel the different meaning contained in it. They faintly realized that the old woman's words contained different meanings. The old woman's question was most likely related to Duan Lingtian's shocking technique. There's a record in a letter passed down from generation to generation in my sect. Many people, including me, didn't think it was true. But now, it seems that it should be true. The old woman's expression was solemn as she spoke under everyone's watchful eyes. As more and more people turned to look at her, she continued to say, according to the records in the handwritten letter passed down by my sect, it's about the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. I'm sure many of you know who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the people in the surroundings. I know that. The person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was also from the Saint Province realm like Duan Lingtian. His name was Feng Qingyang, and he was a genius sword cultivator. Soon after, someone chimed in. That's right. That's him. I've heard of him as well. More and more people nodded in agreement. They more or less knew who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. It was none other than Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm who obtained the inheritance. The record in the manual that was passed down from generation to generation stated that after Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The old woman glanced at the dazzling sword formation hovering above Duan Lingtian before she continued to say, the person who left the letter is an ancestor of my sect. He's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. At that time, he happened to be present. He said Feng Qingyang had cast a powerful celestial method and snatched the celestial supreme treasure from the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Then, he used the celestial supreme treasure to kill the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. At this point, the old woman's eyes couldn't help but light up. Whoosh! As soon as the old woman finished speaking, an uproar broke out among the crowd. This was because it had been 100,000 years since the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Although there were more or less information about what had happened back then, it was not very detailed. For example, none of them had heard of what the old woman had just said. All they knew was that after Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they knew nothing about how he killed the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian are both from the Saint Province realm. The old woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian. The technique Duan Lingtian used is similar to the technique Feng Qingyang used in the past. For this reason, I suspect he's using the same technique as Feng Qingyang in the past. It's very likely that he's related to Feng Qingyang in the past. When the old woman reached the end of her sentence, she dropped a bombshell that shocked everyone present on the scene. Senior, you're very observant. While everyone was still looking at Duan Lingtian skeptically, Duan Lingtian looked at the old woman in surprise. Then, he smiled and said, "The technique I'm using now is from Senior Feng Qingyang. To a certain extent, I can be considered as his successor." Duan Lingtian's words verified the old woman's words. As expected. After the old woman heard Duan Lingtian's words, she knew her guess was correct. Heavens! Duan Lingtian is Feng Qingyang's successor? This is unbelievable. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, Feng Qingyang managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, this time, his successor has appeared. Why do I have a feeling the Beyond Heaven secret zone was opened just for them? If it wasn't for the fact that the Beyond Heaven secret zone is a legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial from a Devata realm, I would suspect that it was predetermined who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Everyone was shocked when they found out Duan Lingtian was Feng Qingyang's successor. Go! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in everyone's ears, causing them to regain their senses. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sword formation above his head suddenly shone brightly. It was as though it had transformed into a dazzling sun. It was so dazzling that everyone could not help but squint their eyes when they saw it. At the same time, sword rays shot out of the sword formation toward the old man who was standing nearby. He was the Seven Tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yen sect in the Skyline realm. No! When the old man finally regained his senses, he was already shrouded by a dazzling light. The light was formed by sword rays, and one could vaguely see a saber ray mixed in with it. The saber ray was none other than his celestial saber. Swoosh! The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the destructive aura contained in the dazzling light. Boom! The power in his body surged, and he wanted to escape from this place at the first possible moment to avoid this devastating blow that was coming at him with devastating force. It's too late! However, Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice resonated in the air when the old man's expression changed drastically and his strength skyrocketed. At the same time, before the old man could make a move, the tens of thousands of sword rays and various weapons that shot out from the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head had already transformed into a vast ocean that drowned the old man. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air. Wave after wave of vast shockwaves swept out in all directions along with the pressure of the air waves. Before the people in the surroundings could react, the shockwaves slammed into them. In just a blink of an eye, some of the weaker cultivators were sent flying by the impact. Chapter 2457. What a powerful force! How terrifying! His strength is comparable to the full-powered attack of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? It seems like the rumor of Duan Lingtian killing a 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow is true. The people who were sent flying or injured by the force had a lingering fear on their faces when they finally managed to regain their footing. When they looked at the purple-clad young man with the sword formation above his head again, they had a complicated expression on their faces. Their expressions became incomparably complicated. Waves of fear and alarm involuntarily appeared in their eyes. Whoosh! 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 A gentle breeze blew past, and the aftershock of the attack gradually dissipated. At the same time, the people present on the scene looked at the spot where the 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial from the Skyline realms Li Yen sect stood. They discovered that the 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial was nowhere to be seen. In fact, not even a single trace was left behind. It was as though he was never there. A 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial. That's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial! At this moment, almost everyone knew that the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial was dead. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Skyline Realms Li Yan's sect was dead. He had died without leaving a trace. Whoosh! 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 Another series of whistling sounds resonated in the air. The weapons that were forcefully seized by the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head earlier had returned to the hands of their original owners one by one. Naturally, the celestial saber that had lost its owner was now in Duan Lingtian's hands. As soon as the celestial saber appeared in his hand, the mysterious sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head gradually faded away. At the same time, a celestial sword fell from the sky and landed in Duan Lingtian's hand. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Duan Lingtian put the 2 celestial supreme treasures away. Then, he stood with his hands on his back as he looked ahead indifferently. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only looked calm on the surface. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. I didn't know that the 5th level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Heart and Sword as one, would grant me such a domineering technique. 10,000 soldiers submit. 10,000 soldiers submit. That's an immortal supreme treasure, yet I still managed to seize it. Although Duan Lingtian already knew that the situation would be like this, when he saw it with his own eyes he could not help but feel shocked. After all, this was the first time he had used the 10,000 soldiers submission technique that was given to him by the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword ever since he successfully comprehended the 5th stage. It was also the first time he truly witnessed how terrifying the 10,000 soldiers submission technique was. Just now, he had used the sword formation to seize the weapons from all directions, and then used the sword formation as a medium to execute a thunderous strike. The power of that strike was even stronger than the man and sword as one. Although the power of his attack just now was not as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack, it was still very powerful. However, that was only because he did not use the 13 green lotus swords. If he had used the 13 green lotus swords and fused the profundity of the 13 green lotus swords with it, the power of his attack would have risen to a whole new level. Even then, his attack was not something a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who had lost his celestial supreme treasure could withstand. For this reason, the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yan sect in the Skyline Realm, who was the person behind Rong Bo, the disciple from the Li Yan sect whom Duan Lingtian had killed, was easily killed by Duan Lingtian in just a single blow. Well, it's also because of luck. I didn't expect the incomplete legacy left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, would be able to fill in the gaps in the last part of the Sovereign Heart Sword that I was comprehending. It allowed me to successfully comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the heart and sword as one, in such a short time. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Previously, he had been in closed-door cultivation in the underground palace in the heaven-rank treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, not because he wanted to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. He wanted to comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the heart and sword as one. Initially, Duan Lingtian had no idea how to comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the heart and sword as one. However, after he successfully passed the 9th trial in the heaven-rank treasure vault and obtained the incomplete legacy left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, he discovered something unexpected. The incomplete legacy left behind by Li Bai might not be useful to ordinary sword cultivators. However, to Duan Lingtian, it was undoubtedly a timely help. This was because the incomplete legacy left behind by Li Bai had filled in the gaps in the process of comprehending the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the heart and sword as one. With this, Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the heart and sword as one in the shortest time possible. Apart from that, he was also able to master the technique given to him by the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. 10,000 soldiers submitting to him. I want that celestial saber. Do you have any objections? Duan Lingtian asked in an indifferent tone as he stood with his hands behind his back and swept his indifferent gaze across the crowd. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people present on the scene smiled wryly. Objections? At this moment, how could they dare to have any objections? They did not even think about snatching the celestial saber from the seven tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yen sect in the Skyline realm. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was able to kill the seven tribulation bodiless celestial earlier. No! No objections! Someone quickly replied to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he waved his hand and flattered Duan Lingtian. Only Lord Duan Lingtian is worthy of that celestial saber. Lord Duan Lingtian, it's only natural for you to obtain that celestial saber. Yes. Yes. It's only natural. Lord Duan Lingtian, you're the one who's most qualified to obtain that celestial supreme treasure. Soon after, a group of people chimed in and flattered Duan Lingtian. Xuan Nai Zhang Yi. Let's go. Duan Lingtian did not even spare them a glance. Instead, he turned to look at Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi and called out to them. Let's go. Following that, Duan Lingtian and his two companions continued to move according to the directions on the feng shui compass. The crowd only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian and his two companions had disappeared from their sight. Duan Lingtian is too terrifying, right? A five tribulation bodiless celestial said fearfully. With his strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill him no matter how many of us there are. Of course. He's capable of killing a seven tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. Rumor has it that the seven tribulation bodiless celestial he killed didn't possess a celestial supreme treasure. However, the seven tribulation bodiless celestial he killed possessed a celestial supreme treasure. His strength is comparable to an eight tribulation bodiless celestial who didn't possess a celestial supreme treasure. Even so, he still managed to kill such a powerful celestial supreme treasure. What kind of technique did he use? He actually managed to snatch a seven tribulation bodiless celestial's celestial supreme treasure. How terrifying! I only know that it's the technique of Feng Qingyang, the genius sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the last opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, I'm certain it's a very powerful celestial method. Such a powerful immortal technique. I wonder where they got it from. Perhaps it's the celestial method Feng Qingyang obtained from the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? That's possible. The crowd discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they were even more fearful of Duan Lingtian. Do you think Duan Lingtian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Someone asked. That's possible. Many people responded. Otherwise, how could his strength be so exaggerated? Only a few people remained silent. After all, most of them had obtained clues about the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial from the human-rank treasure vault. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, if someone obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the clues they obtained, the feng shui compass, would be useless. However, the needle of the feng shui compass was still pointing them in the right direction. For this reason, they were certain that the feng shui compass was still there. They were certain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was still there. Approximately an hour later, the group of people present had all dispersed. After that, news of Duan Lingtian's actions spread like wildfire in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It would not take long before more than half of the people in the Beyond Heaven secret zone learned about what had happened today. Duan Lingtian killed a seven tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yen sect? Moreover, he killed the celestial supreme treasure that the Li Yen sect had just obtained. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, an old man's expression changed drastically. Based on what I know, the Li Yen sect only sent a seven tribulation bodiless celestial this time. Furthermore, that old man's strength was on par with mine. If I were to face him who had obtained a celestial supreme treasure, I'd definitely lose. Also, he attacked Duan Ling Tian to avenge the Li Yen sect's disciple, Rong Bo. I remember Feng Man, a disciple from the Thousand Battle sect, was killed together with Rong Bo from the Li Yen sect. Don't tell me, the purple-clad young man I saw in the mirror image is the rumored Duan Ling Tian? This old man was none other than Feng Man, who was killed by Duan Ling Tian together with Rong Bo. He was from the sect. He was also the strongest person from Feng Man's sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was the first to learn about Feng Man's death. Chapter 2458. Thank goodness I didn't meet Duan Lingtian before he did. Otherwise, I would have died instead of him. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Feng Man's force who had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian together with Rong Bo could not help but shudder when he found out the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect was killed by Duan Lingtian. After all, he had steeled his heart to avenge Feng Man earlier. If he had met Duan Lingtian before this, he would have attacked Duan Lingtian as well. It was precisely because of this that while he still had lingering fears, he was also so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Duan Lingtian killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yen sect where Rong Bo was from? Moreover, that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had obtained a celestial supreme treasure before he was killed by Duan Lingtian? However, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Lu Xia was shocked when she heard the news. Duan Lingtian had killed an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Now that she had learned about this, she was shocked. Even a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure was killed by Duan Lingtian. 5 more months. I'll be able to sense the entrance and exit between the Beyond Heaven secret zone and the vast cloud realm in another 5 months. At that time, I must return to the vast cloud realm as soon as possible. Lu Xia knew this very well. She knew she might not encounter Duan Lingtian again even if she stayed in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, it was not as safe as returning to the vast cloud realm if she continued to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After learning about Duan Lingtian again and learning about how powerful Duan Lingtian was, Lu Xia hid in a remote valley for the next 5 months, not daring to go out at all. After 5 months, she finally sensed the entrance and exit between the Beyond Heaven secret zone and the vast cloud realm. It's time to return. After sensing the location of the entrance, Lu Xia did not hesitate and made a prompt decision to leave. Lu Xia was worried the longer she stayed in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the more dangerous it would be. For this reason, as soon as Lu Xia sensed the exit leading to vast cloud realm, she quickly made her way to the exit. He wanted to leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone as soon as possible. Although I didn't manage to obtain anything in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, it's still worth it to be able to broaden my horizons. On the way back, Lu Xia comforted herself. Almost there. When Lu Xia sensed that the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was getting closer and closer to vast cloud realm, she couldn't help but feel excited. We're here! When Lu Xia saw the black hole floating behind the clouds in the distance, her eyes could not help but light up. At the same time, she moved like a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the black hole. Just as Lu Xia's figure flashed and was about to enter the black hole, she was only inches away from it. Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded in Lu Xia's ears like a clap of thunder. Lu Xia was so shocked that her expression changed greatly. Her strength rose again, and she wanted to rush into the black hole at an even faster speed. However, just as Lu Xia's energy surged and she was about to speed up, boom! A huge sound rang out. It was a huge palm print completely formed by power that fell towards Lu Xia. The gigantic palm whistled as it approached Lu Xia in just a blink of an eye. However, it did not land directly on Lu Xia's body. Instead, when it got close to Lu Xia, it clawed at Lu Xia and bound her entire body. The bound Lu Xia's power was instantly crushed and suppressed. Following that, she could no longer mobilize the energy in her body. This was because the energy from the gigantic palm had invaded her body and completely restrained her energy. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xia's face turned deathly pale. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more and I'll be able to go back. Lu Xia muttered to herself as she looked at the black hole in front of her. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Just a little bit more and you'll be able to go back? Almost as soon as Lu Xia finished speaking, a mocking voice sounded from afar. Lu Xia, aren't you too naive? Even if you've returned to Vast Cloud Realm, can't we chase after you? A beautiful figure appeared as soon as the voice rang in the air. She was a beautiful young woman. Lu Xia was already quite pretty, but in front of her, she was completely overshadowed, like an ugly duckling. Lu Xia's heart trembled when she heard the young woman's words. She realized how naive she was. Indeed. So what if she had passed through the black hole and returned to Vast Cloud Realm? There was no specific place to stay after passing through the black hole from Vast Cloud Realm to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. However, if she returned to Vast Cloud Realm from the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, she would appear at the entrance to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone in Vast Cloud Realm. If someone followed her back to Vast Cloud Realm, it would be difficult for her to shake them off. Xuanai. A bitter and awkward smile appeared on Lu Xia's face when she saw the beautiful young woman in front of her. The woman who appeared before Lu Xia was none other than Han Xuanai. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Han Xuanai appeared, another two figures appeared. They were two young men. Duan Lingtian Zhang Yi. The bitter and awkward smile on Lu Xia's face widened when she saw the two young men. However, she was not surprised by their appearance. In fact, when she heard the cold snort, she knew it was almost impossible for her to return to Vast Cloud Realm. This was because she could tell it was Duan Lingtian's voice. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. Lu Xia, do you have anything to say? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he stared at Lu Xia coldly. His tone was emotionless, and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. I have nothing to say. Lu Xia sighed. An expression of despair appeared on her face. Although Duan Lingtian was expressionless, she could see the killing intent in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. She knew that her actions earlier had already aroused Duan Lingtian's killing intent towards her. Lu Xia, you were the one who insisted on leaving. We trusted you so we didn't guard against you and allowed you to leave. Who would have thought that after you left, you would spread the news and try to get us killed? Han Xuanai glared at Lu Xia angrily with a murderous look in her eyes. Lu Xia, you've crossed the line. You brought this upon yourself, you can't live. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Xia with disappointment in his eyes. He had known Lu Xia for a long time before Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. He had always thought Lu Xia was a good person. He did not expect Lu Xia would betray them. He was very disappointed. Since you have nothing to say, I'll give you a quick death. Duan Lingtian continued to speak indifferently. His face was expressionless, and his tone was still emotionless. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The hand that was holding Lu Xia suddenly jerked and pulled back. At the same time as the giant hand was pulled back, the power that had turned into the giant hand suddenly exploded. It turned into a mushroom cloud and gave rise to waves of boundless shock waves that swept out in all directions. When the mushroom cloud completely dissipated, Lu Xia was nowhere to be seen. She had died in the explosion of energy. Let's go. After killing Lu Xia, Duan Lingtian and the other two left the area. They had come here to try their luck. They wanted to see if Lu Xia would walk right into their trap. Naturally, the reason they were able to find this place was because they had encountered a bodiless celestial from Vast Cloud Realm when they sensed the entrance to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone in their respective mundane realms. The bodiless celestial had led them here and waited for them to show up. We'll wait for 3 days. If Lu Xia doesn't show up in 3 days, we'll leave. After the bodiless celestial from the Vast Cloud Realm left, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. At that time, although he felt Lu Xia might appear here, he was not 100% certain. For this reason, he decided to wait for 3 days. If Lu Xia did not show up in 3 days, he would not waste any more time here. However, he did not expect Lu Xia would show up. After waiting for half a day, Lu Xia showed up. For this reason, he decided to wait for Lu Xia. Lu Xia was not aware of this. Otherwise, she would not be able to rest in peace even if she died. It had been 3 years since the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. At this time, the people from the various mundane realms who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone could clearly sense the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Some people who had obtained celestial supreme treasures had left the Beyond Heaven secret zone to avoid unnecessary risks. These people were, without a doubt, very smart. There were also some who did not leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone immediately after obtaining celestial supreme treasures. As a result, they died at the hands of experts stronger than them. Even the celestial supreme treasures in their possession changed owners. Similar things were happening everywhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. As time passed, more and more people followed the clues provided by the human rank and heaven rank treasure vaults to get closer to the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, there was a thick fog. In the past 3 years, many people had mistakenly entered this place and ended up getting lost. They had been wandering in and out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone for a long time. It was only when they sensed the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the mundane realm that they managed to escape. Apart from that, they also managed to leave the place that was shrouded in fog. Chapter 2459. After the group of people who had been lost for a long time fled for their lives, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Like meteors streaking across the night sky, numerous swift silhouettes swept over from afar. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the periphery of the foggy land. One by one, they stopped in succession. As these people came to a stop, their figures and appearances were revealed one by one. They were 4 young men and 2 young women. It's inside. A burly young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes stared at the foggy area with bright eyes. This place seems a little unusual. It doesn't seem like a human-ranked treasure vault. Another handsome and delicate young man followed suit. His words were quickly approved by the last 2 young men. Indeed, it's different from the human-ranked treasure vaults we've encountered before. Not only is it different from the human-ranked treasure vaults we've encountered before, but it's highly likely that this place is a heaven-ranked treasure vault that we haven't encountered before. As soon as the 2 young men finished speaking, the eyes of the other 2 young men and 1 young woman lit up immediately. A heaven-ranked treasure vault. Not only did it contain celestial supreme treasures, but it might even contain celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realms. The last young woman was the only one who remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though she would not change her expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. This young woman had a peerless appearance that another young woman could never hope to reach. But on this peerless appearance, there was a cold aura, as if she was covered in a layer of frost, repelling people thousands of miles away. She was dressed in a snow-white robe. She looked like a cold celestial maiden who had descended from the 9 heavens. "Let's go! Let's go in and have a look!" As one of the young men spoke first and immediately moved, the other 3 young men and the young woman also followed. They hid in the fog and completely disappeared. Only the cold and elegant woman in a snow-white robe remained where she was, not moving at all. She raised her hand slightly, and a feng shui compass appeared in her hand. The needle on the feng shui compass was pointing at the foggy area in front of her. It was the place where the 4 young men and the young woman had entered earlier. "Is this the place?" It was rare for the cold and elegant woman to open her mouth. Although her voice was cold, it was pleasant to listen to, like an orchid in an empty valley. Fortunately, the 5 companions of the woman didn't see her take out the compass, otherwise, they would definitely be extremely surprised. This was because they did not know the woman had an independent clue about the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Furthermore, this clue also pointed to the foggy land before them. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the clues that led to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial did not match up. If 2 separate clues lead to the same place, it also means that place was the place where the inheritance of the golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven was located. Just as the cold and elegant woman was about to move and hide in the dense fog in front of her, she seemed to have sensed something. She faintly knitted her pair of beautiful eyebrows. After which, she turned her body slightly and looked towards the south. At first, that place was completely calm, no clues visible. A moment later, whoosh! A sword howl that seemed to resound throughout the heavens and earth swept over from afar, its momentum like a rainbow. A sword cultivator? The cold and elegant woman raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly when she heard the sound. After a while, a small black dot appeared in her field of vision. As soon as the small black dot appeared, it began to grow at an exaggerated speed. After the small black dot grew larger, it transformed into a huge sword ray. When the cold and elegant woman got closer, she could clearly see that there was a figure in the sword ray. Within the sword light there was a figure. It was a young man with a grave and stern face. The young man was dressed in a blood-red robe. Even from afar she could clearly smell the stench of blood on his body. A devil-dao sword cultivator? The cold and elegant woman frowned slightly when she smelled the pungent stench of blood. She could clearly see the young man's blood-red eyes and the rising murderous aura from his body. He did not look like a human at all. Instead, he looked like a killing machine. Whoosh! A gust of wind seemed to blow past. The blood-eyed young man, who had a blood-colored sword glow on his body, arrived near the cold and elegant woman in the blink of an eye. He stopped a short distance away from the cold and elegant woman and stared at her expressionlessly. It seems like he followed the clues here. At this moment, the cold and elegant woman's eyes shifted to the feng shui compass in the blood-red young man's hand. The needle on the feng shui compass was pointing in the direction of the foggy area. It was also the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. The blood-red young man stared at the cold and elegant woman. The cold and elegant woman stared back at him without any fear. Whoosh! 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 Blood chi soared from the young man's body. He was like a blood sword that soared into the sky, constantly emitting a sharp sword light and emitting a series of sword whistles. Whoosh! 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 A holy sword ray rose from the cold and elegant woman's body. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens. In terms of power, the sword ray that rose from the cold and elegant woman's body was in no way inferior to the blood-red young man. Perhaps, the blood-red young man sensed the cold and elegant woman was not to be trifled with, so he withdrew his gaze without warning. Then, under the cold and elegant woman's gaze, he flew into the foggy area. Whoosh! Upon seeing this, the cold and elegant woman followed suit. Naturally, even if the blood-red young man did not enter the foggy area first, she would still enter the foggy area. After all, the foggy area was also her destination. The location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I hope the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial this time is similar to the last time. It's left behind by a sword celestial. The cold and elegant woman could not help but think to herself as she stepped into the foggy area. As a sword cultivator, it was only natural that she hoped the person who left behind the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was a sword celestial. In that case, as long as she could obtain the inheritance, her strength would also increase by leaps and bounds. Duan Lingtian was still on his way to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Otherwise, if he had bumped into the blood-red young man, he would have discovered him immediately. The blood-red young man was none other than his good friend, Suli, whom he had not seen for many years. After Suli and the cold and elegant woman entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the foggy area remained quiet for almost half a month. However, no one came after half a month. As for Suli and the others who entered the place, they did not come out. It was as though they had disappeared without a trace. Half a month later, 2 uninvited guests finally appeared in the foggy area of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was as though two gusts of wind had blown past. Two graceful figures appeared in the void at the right time. Surprisingly, they were two women who looked exactly the same. Their figures were graceful, and they had peerless appearances. It was obvious they were twins. Although the two sisters looked the same and their figures were exactly the same, their temperaments were completely different. One was like a fiery red rose, and the other was like an elegant snow lotus. Kerr, this place seems different from the human rank and heaven rank treasure vaults we've been to before, the rose-like woman said to the other woman next to her, as she looked at the foggy area in front of her. Sister, the other woman who looked like a snow lotus said with a serious expression, if I'm not wrong, this should be the last stop of our trip. Based on the way they addressed each other, it was clear they were Kerr and Gan Ruyen. Ever since Kerr had found Gan Ruyen and met up with Gan Ruyen, the two sisters had been searching for clues along the way to the location of the great overarching golden celestial. Along the way, they had come across a heaven-ranked treasure vault. Last stop? Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard Kerr's words. Then, her eyes lit up as though she had recalled something. Kerr, do you mean this place is the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Yes. Kerr nodded. Are you sure? Gan Ruyen asked excitedly. I'm 90% sure, Kerr replied. She did not give a definite answer. Since you said you're 90% sure, it seems like this is the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Gan Ruyen said matter-of-factly. She knew her younger sister very well. She was very cautious. Since she had said she was 90% sure, this place must be the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. We'll have to go in and take a look, Kerr said. Soon after, the two sisters also disappeared into the fog. After Kerr and Gan Ruyen entered the fog, many people with compasses arrived one after another, and entered the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. During this time, Feng Tianwu and Mu Yi from the Seven Absolutes sect also entered the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In the end, many bodiless celestials arrived and waited outside. In the beginning, there were not many bodiless celestials. However, more and more bodiless celestials gathered outside the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Soon enough, they were certain this was the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I wonder which mundane realm will be able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 2460. It doesn't matter which mundane realm obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It's impossible for us to obtain it. A bodiless celestial sighed. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was similar to heaven-ranked treasure vaults and human-ranked treasure vaults. Only those who were not bodiless celestials could enter and obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, although there were many bodiless celestials outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, they could only look on helplessly. I think Duan Lingtian, the eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm, will obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, a middle-aged bodiless celestial said confidently. His voice was not soft to begin with, and there were not many people talking at this time. Therefore, his words clearly entered the ears of all the individual immortals outside the inheritance ground of a great overarching golden immortal, attracting their attention. Duan Lingtian? The rumored eminent celestial who killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Moreover, one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials was killed after he obtained a celestial supreme treasure? Duan Lingtian who cast a celestial technique to forcefully snatch other people's celestial supreme treasures? That 7 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by him after he obtained his celestial supreme treasure? Many bodiless celestials present on the scene had heard about Duan Lingtian. However, they did not really believe these rumors. They felt that they were exaggerated. How could a mere eminent celestial be so strong without obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Even Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, was only as strong as a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial before he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. That's him. The middle-aged bodiless celestial nodded. Humph! Many bodiless celestials scoffed when they heard the middle-aged bodiless celestial's words. Then they said mockingly, I don't care if you believe the rumors or not. I don't believe it either. It's impossible for a mere eminent celestial to possess such strength before obtaining the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. I also don't think he can be that strong. More and more bodiless celestials did not believe that Duan Lingtian had the strength to kill a seventh tribulation bodiless celestial. Not to mention killing a seventh tribulation loose celestial who possessed an immortal supreme treasure. Everyone! The middle-aged bodiless celestial said anxiously. I've only heard about Duan Lingtian killing a seventh tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. I didn't see it with my own eyes. However, I was there when he killed the seventh tribulation bodiless celestial who had obtained a celestial supreme treasure. He did use an unfathomable celestial method to snatch the celestial supreme treasure that the seventh tribulation bodiless celestial had just obtained. Then, he displayed the strength of an eighth tribulation bodiless celestial and killed the seventh tribulation bodiless celestial. After saying this, the middle-aged loose immortal's face turns red. After all, he was one of the witnesses. Naturally, he became anxious when he was suspected. I was there as well. Soon after, another bodiless celestial stepped forward and said, What he said is true. Duan Lingtian is indeed capable of snatching other people's celestial supreme treasures. However, not only did he use the celestial method to snatch the seventh tribulation bodiless celestial's celestial supreme treasure, but he also snatched the sword I carried on my back. Since then, I no longer dare to carry my sword on my back. A hint of fear could be seen on the bodiless celestial's face as he spoke. Previously, Duan Lingtian had snatched the weapons of a group of people, including the sword he carried on his back. Since then, the bodiless celestial had been traumatized, and no longer dared to carry his sword on his back. Could it be true? It's fine if it's only one person, but why are both of them saying the same thing? Moreover, from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they're lying. Many bodiless celestials began to doubt that Duan Lingtian had killed a seventh tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. They no longer thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be so strong. I wasn't there when Duan Lingtian killed the seventh tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure, another bodiless celestial said. However, I was there when Duan Lingtian killed the seventh tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Unfortunately, the lightning penalty oath is invalid in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Otherwise, I would have sworn on the lightning penalty oath to prove that I'm telling the truth. However, even so, I'm still willing to swear on my honor. Everything I've said is true. There's absolutely no falsehood in my words. The bodiless celestial's expression was solemn when he spoke. He did not feel guilty at all even when he was faced with the gazes of the bodiless celestials. This caused the bodiless celestials present on the scene to be even more skeptical. Is it possible that Duan Lingtian is really that strong? If he's really that strong, who would be a match for him in the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Who would be able to defeat him? That's right. If the rumors are true, he's capable of killing a seventh tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. With his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill everyone in the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. As the bodiless celestials discussed among themselves, they looked at the foggy area in front of them. Most of them were of the same opinion. If Duan Lingtian was really that strong, and Duan Lingtian was also in the inheritance, they were certain no one would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, these bodiless celestials were unaware of this. Although a large number of people who were not bodiless celestials had already entered the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, Duan Lingtian had yet to enter the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Currently, Duan Lingtian was facing his first problem since he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, it was a huge problem. I thought it's a good thing to come across a heaven-ranked treasure vault. I didn't expect to encounter a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he leaned against the entrance of a heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. His expression was unsightly as he muttered to himself. Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, had a grave expression on their faces as well. Big brother Lingtian. Is it really impossible to find him and kill him as soon as possible? He's only a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. If you kill him with all your might, he won't be able to use a soul attack on you, right? Han Xuanai asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Xuanai, I've told you before that he's very cunning. Moreover, the entrance of the underground palace is located in a forest. For this reason, it's difficult to locate him. Moreover, he's good at concealing his aura and manipulating puppets to disguise themselves as him to confuse me. For this reason, if I'm not confident I can locate his true body, I won't dare to make a move. If I attack his puppets instead of his true body, his soul attack will have a chance to hit me as well, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. He felt extremely frustrated. With his current strength, although he was not confident he could defeat a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was confident he could fight a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to a draw. For this reason, even if the person guarding the underground palace was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not have to hide in the underground palace. I've been trapped here for 2 months by a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt extremely aggrieved. However, there was nothing he could do. Although his opponent was only a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, he had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique and could use soul attacks as he wished. If that was all there was to it, it would be fine. He could completely obliterate the other party before the other party could make a move, preventing the other party from using a soul attack on him. That way, the other party wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. However, there was a problem. Not only did his opponent have the geographical advantage, but he also knew how to manipulate puppets to disguise themselves as his true body. For this reason, he did not dare to make a move recklessly. It would be fine if he won. However, if he lost, he would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. A voice rang from outside the underground palace. It was impossible to tell where it came from. Don't tell me you plan to hide here until the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens? You have to think carefully. If you don't get out by then, you and the people around you will also be trapped here. That's not a good thing. The voice belonged to the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Humph! In the underground palace, Duan Lingtian ignored the voice. However, Han Xuanai scoffed and said, So what if the Beyond Heaven secret zone closes? Don't tell me you're still going to be trapped here with us at that time? If you're so capable, don't leave. If you leave, we won't be trapped here forever, Han Xuanai said. As soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, the voice fell silent again. After a while, the voice spoke again. Little girl, I have to admit that you're very smart. However, are you going to give up on the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? With Duan Lingtian's strength, it's almost certain that he'll obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Is it really necessary for you to give up on the opportunity to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial for a celestial supreme treasure? Towards the end, there was a hint of persuasion in the other party's tone. Chapter 2461. Do you really only want a celestial supreme treasure? Han Xuanai, who was hiding in the underground palace, asked in a deep voice after hearing the conversation outside. Of course. At this moment, the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique said. Once again, the sound seemed to come from all directions and spread into the underground palace. Brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian was worried. It was worth it to give up a celestial supreme treasure in exchange for that person's safety. Xuan Nai, do you trust him? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Han Xuanai looking at him. Brother Lingtian, we don't have any other choice. Unless we give up the opportunity to enter the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It's fine for Zhang Yi and me since it won't affect you much. However, you might lose the opportunity to enter the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Han Xuanai said with a wry smile on her face. Since one could not swear on the lightning penalty oath in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Han Xuanai was not certain if the four-tribulation bodiless celestial was lying to her or not. However, she thought to herself, Brother Duan Lingtian, apart from giving the four-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique a celestial supreme treasure, they had no other choice. Forget it. Since you think he's trustworthy, I'll give him a celestial supreme treasure. I'd like to see if he dares to come out and retrieve a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Han Xuanai's expectant gaze. In the end, he took out a celestial supreme treasure and tossed it out of the underground palace. Swoosh! The celestial supreme treasure that Duan Lingtian tossed out was a celestial saber. It was the celestial saber he had snatched from a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian tossed the celestial saber out of the underground palace. It did not take much effort for the celestial saber to land in a bush nearby. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian tossed the celestial saber as though it was trash. Humph! The four-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique scoffed when the celestial saber landed on the ground. Do you think I'll fall for your tricks? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You placed the immortal supreme treasure there because you want to bet that I will personally go and retrieve it. Unfortunately, you're destined to be disappointed. I can just let the puppet under my control go and retrieve the immortal supreme treasure. Almost as soon as the four-tribulation bodiless celestial finished speaking, a figure dashed out of the forest at high speed. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived near the celestial saber that was stuck in the ground. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to destroy my puppet, I won't let you leave even if you hand over all your celestial supreme treasures. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial did not forget to threaten Duan Lingtian. I'm not interested in destroying your puppet. As soon as the four-tribulation bodiless celestials finished speaking, Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the underground palace, said indifferently, You're right. The puppet grabbed the celestial saber and pulled it out of the ground. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. However, just because I'm not interested doesn't mean others aren't interested as well. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, boom! A vast and majestic energy swept in from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the puppet that had just pulled the celestial saber out of the ground was annihilated. Only the celestial saber that was in the puppet's hand was left unscathed as it fell from the sky. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. When the celestial saber was about to fall to the ground, an old figure appeared and caught it. I'm quite lucky to be able to obtain a celestial supreme treasure here. The old man who had just appeared looked at the celestial saber in his hand and laughed heartily. It seems like my trip to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was not in vain. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment asked in a low voice when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of making a move on the old man. He asked in a low voice, He took your celestial supreme treasure. Why didn't you kill him? A hint of anxiety could be heard in the four-tribulation bodiless celestial's voice. Humph! As soon as the four-tribulation bodiless celestial finished speaking, Duan Lingtian scoffed coldly. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I attack him, won't you take the opportunity to lock onto me and use a soul attack on me? You! The four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark almost threw up blood when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although Duan Lingtian's words were exactly what he had in mind, he was not surprised. However, He was dismayed that Duan Lingtian had seen through him so easily. This is bad. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark felt a surge of divine consciousness sweeping toward him. In just a blink of an eye, the divine consciousness had shrouded a large area, including him. He felt as though he had nowhere to hide. A four-tribulation bodiless celestial. The divine consciousness came from the old man who had just put the celestial saber away. He was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. You can't kill me. The four-tribulation loose celestial, who was hiding in the dark, could clearly sense the old man's killing intent. He was completely anxious and said hurriedly, "If you kill me, Duan Lingtian, who's hiding in the underground palace, will definitely kill you and take the celestial supreme treasure away from you. For this reason, I advise you to leave with the celestial supreme treasure while I'm still able to intimidate Duan Lingtian." The four-tribulation bodiless celestial was afraid the old man would attack him. The old man's cultivation base was similar to his. However, since the old man had a celestial supreme treasure, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial knew he was no match for the old man. Duan Lingtian? The eminent celestial who killed 2 7-tribulation bodiless celestials? The old man asked in a deep voice when he heard the four-tribulation bodiless celestial's words. That's him. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial replied immediately. Ha! The old man burst out laughing when he heard the four-tribulation bodiless celestial's words. Why are you laughing? The four-tribulation bodiless celestial said impatiently. He did not know why the old man was laughing. I'm laughing at your naivety. The old man said mockingly. If Duan Lingtian is here, how can a mere four-tribulation bodiless celestial like you threaten him? You must be dreaming. Of course, I can threaten him. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark was infuriated when he saw the old man doubting him. No matter how strong Duan Lingtian is, he's only an eminent celestial. His soul defense is weak. Although I'm only a four-tribulation bodiless celestial like you, I've cultivated the soul congregation embodiment so I can cast soul attacks. Unless Duan Lingtian can attack me before I can use my soul attack on him. Otherwise, even if he manages to injure me or kill me, he'll still die. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial's tone was filled with confidence. Is that so? Just as he finished speaking, he heard a voice that made him feel as if his insides were about to explode. He was so shocked that his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he realized something was amiss. When his attention was diverted to the old man, his divine consciousness unconsciously left the entrance of the underground palace. It's over! The four-tribulation bodiless celestial thought to himself. Swoosh! The sword light flashed across the sky and pierced through the glabella of the four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark, killing him. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial's eyes were wide open when he died. If his attention had not been completely attracted by the old man who was also a four-tribulation scattered celestial, he would not have been able to take advantage of the situation. Whoosh! When the four-tribulation bodiless celestial was killed, a purple figure appeared nearby. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he watched the four-tribulation bodiless celestial's body disappear. The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just killed the four-tribulation bodiless celestial. At the same time, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, who were still in the underground palace, were completely stunned. Everything that had occurred earlier had occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point they were even unable to react. By the time they reacted, everything was over. Master. At this moment, Zhang Yi was shocked to find out that there was no one around. The old man, who had just taken the immortal saber and attracted the attention of the four-tribulation loose celestial hiding in the dark, gave Duan Lingtian an opportunity to kill the four-tribulation loose celestial, bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. It was to the extent that he even addressed Duan Lingtian as master. On the other hand, Han Xuanai, who was standing next to Zhang Yi, was not surprised at all. This was because she had recognized the old man as soon as he had appeared. The old man was none other than Qin Yi Ru, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was always by Ling Tian's side. Why is he here? Han Xuan'ai was perplexed. Even after leaving the underground palace and arriving at Duan Lingtian's side, she was still confused. Big brother Ling Tian, what's going on? Han Xuan'ai asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Let's talk as we walk. A hint of anxiety flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at the feng shui compass in his hand. Chapter 2462. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not forget to bring Han Xuan'ai and Zhang Yi with him. After all, if he let Han Xuan'ai and Zhang Yi travel on their own, they would definitely slow him down. Swoosh. When Qin Yiru saw Duan Lingtian leaving with Han Xuan'ai, he quickly followed after them. It did not take long before he arrived next to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had intentionally slowed down to wait for Qin Yiru. Otherwise, if he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Chen Yiru would not have been able to catch up to him. To be honest, I didn't expect San Dao to appear. When Duan Lingtian saw the confusion in Han Xuan'ai's eyes, he explained as they traveled. Although San Dao has the detection jade token that I gave him, he has to stay a certain distance away from me if he wants to know where I am after I crush the detection jade token. Otherwise, even if I crush more corresponding jade slips, he wouldn't be able to sense my location, let alone confirm my location. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment when he spoke. Then, does this mean he only appeared because you crushed the sensing jade token, brother Lingtian? Han Xuan'ai asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, during this period of time, I've crushed many sensing jade tokens, but I wasn't able to contact San Dao. It was only when you asked me to give him a celestial supreme treasure that he managed to contact me. Then I asked San Dao to put on a show with me. A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian had been extremely depressed during this period of time. Currently, he was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, he was forced to hide in the heaven-rank treasure vault by a mere 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Under such circumstances, how could he not feel aggrieved and depressed? If Master didn't ask me to leave that guy to him, I would have killed him with my saber. Qin Yiru looked at the celestial saber in his hand as he followed Duan Lingtian. His eyes flashed with a hint of infatuation. His forte was the saber, after all. With this celestial saber, he was confident he could kill his opponent even if he was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. Master. Qin Yiru looked at the celestial saber in his hand reluctantly before he handed it over to Duan Lingtian. After all, this was his master's celestial supreme treasure. Take it. Duan Lingtian did not take the celestial saber from Qin Yiru. I have a few celestial supreme treasures, so I gave this celestial saber to you. After all, you're a saber cultivator. If you can obtain a celestial saber, it'll be much easier for you to improve your strength. With your strength and this celestial saber, I'm afraid not many 5-tribulation bodiless celestials are a match for you. Duan Lingtian smiled. He knew Qin Yiru's strength very well. Master, this is too precious. Qin Yiru was excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he knew he should not accept such a precious item. This was a celestial supreme treasure, not a weapon from the mundane realms. I told you to keep it, so just keep it. When did you start spouting so much nonsense? Duan Lingtian said with a frown on his face. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's displeasure, Qin Yiru no longer dared to refuse. He thanked Duan Lingtian respectfully and gratefully. In his heart, other than being touched, there was nothing else. After all, he was only a servant to his master. The fact that his master was willing to give him a celestial supreme treasure was enough to show how important he was to his master. His master treated him as though he was one of his own and not a servant who could be ordered around. I see. At this moment, Han Xuan'ai also came to a realization. As it turned out, everything Qin Yiru had done in front of the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, including his words, was just an act. Qin Yiru had only put on an act because Duan Lingtian had asked Qin Yiru to leave the Four Tribulation bodiless celestial alive to him. He wanted to kill the Four Tribulation bodiless celestial himself. Han Xiu and I could understand why Qin Yiru had done this. She knew how frustrated and angry Qin Yiru must be. After all, Ling Tian's strength was comparable to an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he had the ability to snatch other people's celestial supreme treasures. Therefore, he was not afraid of ordinary 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials. However, Qin Yiru had been humiliated by a mere 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial. If she was Ling Tian, she would have been furious as well. She would have wanted to kill the 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. We're really lucky. If it wasn't for Senior Qin, I'm afraid we'd still be trapped in the heaven-rank treasure vault. Anya rejoiced. Before Qin Yiru had appeared, the 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial had promised to let them go if they managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure. However, he did not believe the 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial at all. If he was in the 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial's shoes, he would not miss the opportunity to obtain a few celestial supreme treasures. Perhaps, he would have acted like the 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial and said he only wanted one celestial supreme treasure. However, after he obtained the celestial supreme treasure, he would have pretended to leave and hid in a corner. When they thought that he had left and came out of the underground palace, he would then kill them with lightning speed and seize all the immortal supreme treasures on them. Since you're my master's friend, please don't call me senior. You can just call me Sandao like my master. Although Qin Yiru did not know Zhang Yi, he could tell he was a friend of Qin Yi's friend. Zhang Yi was a friend of his master. Even if Qin Yiru was just an ordinary person, he did not dare to neglect his master's friend. This is Zhang Yi. At this moment, Duan Lingtian introduced Zhang Yi to Qin Yiru before he said, Zhang Yi, this is Qin Yiru. He's my servant. Although he's a servant, I don't treat him as an outsider. All right. Zhang Yi nodded. Then, he looked at Qin Yiru and said with a smile, Senior Qin, it's fine if we don't talk about each other. You're a veteran in both age and cultivation. It's only right that I call you senior. But, although Qin Yiru was touched by Zhang Yi's words, he could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. He was afraid his master would be displeased by this. Zhang Yi isn't someone who cares about etiquette. Let's do as he said. Duan Lingtian said indifferently when he saw Qin Yiru looking at him. Yes. Qin Yiru replied respectfully. He was even more touched by Duan Lingtian's words. After all, his master was showing him respect and protecting his dignity by doing this. We've been trapped in that place for so long. I wonder if the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial has already appeared. Duan Lingtian grew more and more anxious as they continued on their journey. Ever since he found out about the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone and learned that Senior Feng Qingyang's strength was comparable to a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial because he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he was filled with anticipation for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He was even more eager to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. With my current strength, if I can obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, my strength will definitely improve. At that time, even a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial won't be a match for me. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. If I possess such strength, I'll be able to kill the strongest powerhouse from the dragons, devils, and even the strongest powerhouse from the 2 clans with just a swing of my sword when I return to the Saint Province realm. In this world where the strong were revered, as long as one possessed strength that was unrivaled, one would be able to dominate everything. Perhaps, after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, my strength might be nothing in the Devata realms, but I'll definitely be able to rule in the mundane realms. After all, with my current strength, if I obtain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, I don't even need it to raise my strength by a few levels. As long as it raises my strength by 1 level, I'm confident I'll be stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian was filled with excitement when he thought about this. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial that would appear in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He could not wait to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial as soon as possible. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. The inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial won't appear so soon. Han Shui and I could sense Duan Lingtian's anxiety and desire to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. She could not help but console him. Zhang Yi! Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and asked, do you know when the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial appeared the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened? When did someone find the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi with a burning gaze. His voice was filled with eagerness. Yes, I do, Zhang Yi replied. According to the records in the Celestial Masters sect, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was discovered 3 years after the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Chapter 2463. If that's the case, based on the time it took for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial to be discovered, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial should have been discovered by now as well? Perhaps someone has already obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. At the same time, his strength surged as he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength to the maximum. That's not necessarily the case. After all, it's not every time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens, someone will find and obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial so quickly. Let's move at full speed! However, Duan Lingtian was not relieved by Zhang Yi's words. After casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian began to move with Chen Yiru. If he moved at full speed, Chen Yiru would not be able to keep up with him. After passing through 2 human-rank treasure vaults, Duan Lingtian and the others finally arrived at the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It was a place shrouded in thick fog. This is the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Before they arrived, Duan Lingtian noticed a large group of bodiless celestials gathered in front of them. Some of the bodiless celestials mentioned that the foggy place was the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. So many people have already entered the place? At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned from the bodiless celestials that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had already entered the place. Many people had already entered the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In other words, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial could be obtained at any time. As expected, we're late. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he brought Han Shu and I, Chen Yiru, and Zhang Yi to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Their arrival attracted the attention of the bodiless celestials. After all, not many people had come to this place recently. Those who were supposed to be here had already arrived. Those who didn't come were those who didn't know that the inheritance of the Golden Immortal was here. Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian! As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others appeared, some itinerant celestials recognized them, and could not help but exclaim in fear. Duan Lingtian? He is Duan Lingtian! He's that Duan Lingtian who killed 2 7th Tribulation loose immortals? Even a 7th Tribulation bodiless celestial with the Celestial Supreme Treasure was killed by him after he obtained the Celestial Supreme Treasure? He actually hasn't entered yet. At this moment, the group of bodiless celestials also looked at the bodiless celestial who had recognized Duan Lingtian. As they spoke, they were greatly surprised that Duan Lingtian had rushed over at this time. Most of the bodiless celestials looked at Duan Lingtian warily. After all, rumor had it that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 7th Tribulation bodiless celestials before. One of the 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials even possessed a Celestial Supreme Treasure. His strength was comparable to an 8th Tribulation bodiless celestial who did not possess a Celestial Supreme Treasure. Now that the bodiless celestials present had confirmed this, they no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's strength. He's Duan Lingtian? It's said that he and the people around him have a few celestial supreme treasures. A small group of bodiless celestials looked at Duan Lingtian greedily. They could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian and the people around Duan Lingtian so they could take the celestial supreme treasures for themselves. These bodiless celestials were relatively strong. Many of them were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Sandao, wait for us here. Since bodiless celestials could not enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Duan Lingtian had casually informed Qin Yiru before entering the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Master, please be careful. Qin Yiru nodded as he watched Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions leave. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he brought Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi with him as he flew toward the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At this moment, whoosh! Along with the sound of wind whistling in the air, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian like a ghost and blocked his path. HM? Duan Lingtian, who was leading Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial supreme treasure, immediately came to a halt. At the same time, his expression darkened. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, many people had already entered the place. After all, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial could be obtained at any time. Under such circumstances, if someone blocked his path, it would be tantamount to hindering him from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Scram! Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not show any courtesy to the person who blocked his way. He bluntly told the person to get lost. The person who blocked Duan Lingtian's path was a middle-aged man with a medium build. Although his appearance was ordinary, he exuded an air of superiority as he stood there. Based on this, it could be seen that he had been in a high position for a long time. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. You want me to scram? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as though he was looking at a dead man. If you don't want to die, you'd better scram, Duan Lingtian said impatiently when he saw the middle-aged man did not seem to have heard him clearly. His eyes flashed coldly as though he was about to devour the middle-aged man. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's patience had reached its limit. It's Wu Xiao, the former sect leader of Great Cloud Sect in Muro Realm. At this moment, a bodiless celestial recognized the bodiless celestial who had been standing quietly at the side and blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Wu Xiao! The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm? Another bodiless celestial from Muro Realm exclaimed in surprise. That's him. I've seen him once before. I didn't expect him to be here as well. I've been here for quite some time, but I didn't notice him until now. The bodiless celestial from Muro Realm continued to speak. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm? Muro Realm is a large mundane realm. Since he's widely acknowledged as the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, I'm sure Wu Xiao must be quite strong. At the very least, he's outstanding among 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Based on the rumors, not only does Duan Lingtian know how to snatch celestial supreme treasures, but his strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial as well. I wonder if Wu Xiao will be able to defeat him. I think so. After all, Wu Xiao is the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. At this moment, the 3 people from the other large mundane realms could not help but whisper among themselves. Many people were full of confidence in Wu Xiao and thought highly of him. He was standing near me earlier. I didn't expect someone as ordinary as him to be the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm. One of the bodiless celestials exclaimed. You want to kill me? Wu Zhao's eyes turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said disdainfully, Let's see if you have the strength to do so. Do you really think you're invincible just because you killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Today, I'll show you what it means by there's always someone better than you. As soon as Wu Xiao finished speaking, his energy soared into the sky like a ball of flames. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions, pressuring the weaker bodiless celestials present on the scene. These bodiless celestials could not help but retreat, afraid they would be caught in the crossfire when Wu Xiao made his move. So this is the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm? He's really extraordinary. It's not that I've never seen an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial fight before, but none of them are as powerful as him. He's truly the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. When Wu Xiao's power skyrocketed, many loose immortals couldn't help but sigh. They were filled with admiration for Wu Xiao. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Lingtian was infuriated when he saw the person who blocked his way had no intention of retreating and even took the initiative to provoke him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged out of his body. In the end, when the saint origin shrouded Duan Lingtian, it transformed into a sword-shaped flame that shot up into the sky. Not only that, but it also emitted waves of sharp sword intent in all directions. It was as though it could destroy everything. Elementary devouring tactic. Submission of 10,000 soldiers. 13 green lotus swords. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he unleashed all the techniques he had mastered. He was prepared to kill the person in front of him in the shortest amount of time possible. He wanted to enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the shortest time possible to obtain the inheritance. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to block his path would be his enemy. Moreover, Wu Xiao did not only want to stop him from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. This person was taking the initiative to provoke him and even wanted to kill him. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Wu Xiao's motive. Wu Xiao was certain Wu Xiao was after the celestial supreme treasure in his possession. Apart from this, he could not think of any other possibilities. Those who block my path shall die. Chapter 2464. Today I, Wu Xiao, will clear the name of bodiless celestials. Eminent celestials are like ants to us bodiless celestials, Wu Xiao said coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand. Bang! 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 The long spear shook, and a series of explosions that sounded like firecrackers rang in the air. Moreover, the terrifying aura it emitted made the bodiless celestials present on the scene feel oppressed. A celestial supreme treasure! Soon after, a bodiless celestial recognized the long spear in Wu Xiao's hand. A celestial supreme treasure? Wu Xiao actually has a celestial supreme treasure? Heavens! Not only is Wu Xiao the strongest person at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the mundane realm, but he also has a celestial supreme treasure? With his strength and the celestial supreme treasure, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial might not be a match for him without a celestial supreme treasure, right? Many bodiless celestials exclaimed when they saw the long spear in Wu Xiao's hand was a celestial supreme treasure. Their voices were filled with dread. After all, Wu Xiao was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. I don't know about other bodiless celestials, but you're not even comparable to an ant in front of me. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air. His tone was filled with disdain and contempt. At the same time, he took out his celestial sword. The immortal sword cooperated with his power and spun around his body, forming tens of thousands of sword rays. They formed a sword array in the void above his head, emitting a chilling aura. It's the sword formation! At the same time, the bodiless celestial who had seen Duan Lingtian cast the submission of thousands of soldiers cried out in surprise when he saw the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. Previously, Duan Lingtian used this sword formation to forcefully snatch the celestial supreme treasure from a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even the sword I carried on my back was forcefully snatched away by him. Another bodiless celestial exclaimed. Sword formation? Is this the sword formation that he obtained from Feng Qingyang? Feng Qingyang is from the same mundane realm as him. Moreover, he also obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Many bodiless celestials were looking at the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. The sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head was formed by thousands of sword rays. From afar, it looked like a sea of swords. However, there seemed to be a mysterious connection between the tens of thousands of sword lights. Good! Very good! Today I, a person who is less than an ant in your eyes, will kill you right here and now. If I don't kill you, I'll be the strongest eighth tribulation scattered celestial in Muro realm. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Xiao was so angry that he laughed instead. The long spear in his hand shook, and his entire body whistled out like a rainbow. Like a space shuttle, it cut through the sky in the blink of an eye and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! The long spear in his hand seemed to have come to life as it charged toward Duan Lingtian like a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Submission of all soldiers! This time, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Wu Xiao's words. He decided to use his actions to teach Wu Xiao a lesson. The strongest eighth tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian thought of this, whoosh! 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 The sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head was originally hovering quietly in the air. At this moment, they emitted bursts of dazzling light, as if numerous suns were exploding. At the same time, with the sword formation as the center, a wave of extremely profound energy rippled across the sky like water ripples and swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the ripple-like energy fluctuation had enveloped a large area. Even Wu Xiao was affected by it. What? What's going on? My sword. It seems like it's not listening to me anymore. What? What's it trying to do? My dual rings. I feel like they've come to life and are trying to leave me. When the energy fluctuation from the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head shrouded the area, a group of bodiless celestials who did not keep their weapons in their spatial rings discovered something. Their weapons were no longer listening to them. Before they even had time to react, their weapons had already left their hands. From the beginning until the end, they could not stop it at all. It was as though a force stronger than them had forcibly taken their weapons away. Whoosh! 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 The weapons left their owners and flew toward the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head as though they had become one with the sword formation. Look at Wu Xiao, heavens! Even Wu Xiao's celestial supreme treasure is no longer listening to him. Before the bodiless celestials could recover from their shock, many of them discovered that Wu Xiao had suddenly stopped in midair. Wu Xiao's figure had unknowingly stopped halfway. The long spear in his hand was also trembling continuously, as if it was trying to break free from his restraints. Impossible! As Wu Xiao let out a cry of disbelief, the long spear in his hand had already crushed the power in his hand and injured his hand. As his hand was dripping with blood, the spear quickly left him. Whoosh! Similar to the weapons of the other bodiless celestials, the celestial supreme treasure spear that had left Wu Xiao's hand entered the sword formation hovering above Duan Lingtian's head in just a blink of an eye. 13 green lotus swords! Go! Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold when he saw Wu Xiao's celestial supreme treasure was subdued by Duan Lingtian's sword formation. At the same time, the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head shone brightly as though it had transformed into a scorching sun. The bodiless celestials, including Wu Xiao, could not help but squint their eyes when they saw the sword formation. This was because the light from the sword formation was too dazzling. Almost as soon as the sword formation shone brightly, swoosh! 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 Bursts of ear-piercing sword whistles resounded. Sword rays shot out from the sword formation like a torrential flood. They surged towards Wu Xiao with a torrential momentum. Among the sword rays, one could vaguely see Wu Xiao's celestial supreme treasure long spear was among them. Apart from that, many weapons belonging to the bodiless celestials were also among them. Swoosh! 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 Before the people present could react, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air again. Streaks of sword gleams shot out from the direction of the sword formation. There were also spear gleams, saber gleams, staff gleams, and so on. More than 5 waves of sword rays, spear rays, saber rays, rod rays, and other sharp rays surged out and entered Duan Tian's first wave of attack, causing the power of the first wave of attack to increase greatly. This was the profundity of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that Duan Tian had mastered. When Duan Tian cast the technique from the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword Amalgamation, he also cast all of his techniques, including the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. At this moment, Duan Tian no longer held back and attacked with all his might. This was the first time Duan Tian had attacked without holding back since he had successfully comprehended the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Even when he killed the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who had obtained a celestial supreme treasure, he did not go all out. At that time, he did not cast the 13 green lotus swords. Not good! Duan Tian's first wave of attacks was not simple, but in Wu Zhao's opinion, it was not unstoppable. Because he could see that the power of the attack was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who did not have a celestial supreme treasure. The power of this wave of attacks, how could it increase by a level in such a short time? Wu Zhao shuddered in fear. Earlier, he seemed to have cast an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. It boosted his attack to a whole new level in just an instant. As the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, Wu Zhao's mental fortitude was not bad. He quickly recalled the 5 waves of attacks that had merged with the first wave. It was precisely because more than 5 waves of attacks had been integrated into the first wave of attacks that the first wave of attacks had been raised to a whole new level. Such an attack is comparable to the full-strength attack of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure. If he didn't take away my celestial supreme treasure, I wouldn't be afraid of this attack at all. However, now... Run! In the blink of an eye, Wu Zhao's mind spun. In the end, he made a decision that he was most unwilling to make. Run! However, he knew he had no other choice. Right now, he had no other choice. Although he had decided to run, he did not plan to turn around and flee. After all, he knew he would not be able to escape if he did that since he could not catch up to the speed of Duan Tian's attack. Boom! Wu Zhao mobilized the energy in his body without holding back, causing the energy in his body to surge out like a ball of flame soaring into the sky. It was as though he had transformed into a fire god. Good timing! While the strength in his body skyrocketed without reservation, Wu Zhao didn't stay idle either. He suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Chapter 2465. Wu Zhao's actions surprised Duan Tian. Originally, he thought that Wu Zhao would turn around and flee after sensing the power of his attack. If that was the case, his torrential attack would be able to easily drown Wu Zhao and kill him. However, he was surprised. Wu Zhao didn't turn around and run. Instead, he unleashed all of his strength, as if he wasn't afraid of death. This Wu Zhao is a smart man. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, even though Duan Tian and Wu Zhao were standing opposite each other, Duan Tian couldn't help but marvel at Wu Zhao's courage and boldness, because he knew, by doing this, Wu Zhao was trying to find a way out of a hopeless situation. If Wu Zhao had turned around and fled, he would have been able to maintain his strongest state and kill Wu Zhao while he was fleeing. Now that Wu Zhao had attacked with all his strength, although it was impossible for him to completely block the attack, he was able to offset a large portion of the attack's power and weaken it. At that time, the remaining power of the attack would not be enough to kill Wu Xiao. At most, he would only be able to injure him. Duan Lingtian's attack is not simple. At this moment, the other 8 tribulation bodiless celestials also realized Duan Lingtian's attack was not simple. Duan Lingtian's attack isn't something an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial without a celestial supreme treasure can execute. The power of this attack isn't any weaker than the full force attack of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This attack is comparable to the full force attack of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial using a celestial supreme treasure. When the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials discovered this, their expressions turned grave. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with dread. Originally, they only thought that, even if the Duan Lingtian was as powerful as the rumors said, he would only be on par with them. It was at this moment that they realized that there was something wrong. Duan Lingtian's strength was far above theirs. He was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation scattered celestial. This Wu Xiao, does he not want to live anymore? While the 8 tribulation loose immortals were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength, they also noticed Wu Xiao charging towards Duan Lingtian. He thought that Wu Xiao was courting death. Perhaps Wu Xiao was stronger than them. However, it had not reached the point where it could withstand the full-powered attack of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if it was just an all-out attack of an ordinary 9th tribulation loose immortal. This Wu Xiao is smart. Soon after, one of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials sighed as though he had thought of something. Smart indeed. The rest of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials also reacted. The reason why they had reacted so quickly was because they had put themselves in Wu Xiao's shoes and thought for a moment. In the end, they all felt that this was the only way to survive Duan Lingtian's attack. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. As the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, Wu Xiao's attack collided with Duan Lingtian's full-powered attack. It was a head-on collision. Boom! 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 As soon as Wu Xiao unleashed his full strength to counter Duan Lingtian's attack, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. At the same time, the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air at lightning speed, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Whoosh! 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 At this time, the air waves caused by the vast and unparalleled power continued to collide with each other, forming a torrent-like shockwave that raged in all directions. The bodiless celestials with weaker cultivation bases retreated one after another. If it were not for Duan Lingtian's timely intervention, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi would have been severely injured and sent flying by the shockwaves. After all, the shockwaves were equivalent to the full-powered attack of 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Boom! As the shockwaves swept out in all directions, Duan Lingtian's full-powered attack, which had lost most of its power, shattered Wu Xiao's attack and landed on Wu Xiao's body. In an instant, Wu Xiao was sent flying. Barf! Wu Xiao was severely injured when he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. After flying for a distance, Wu Xiao's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth and unleashed the remaining energy in his body. Then, he seized the opportunity to retreat after being sent flying by Duan Lingtian's attack. Swoosh! Wu Xiao, who had borrowed the force of the collision to retreat, was even faster than when he was at his peak. His speed was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Wu Xiao's escape. The sword formation above his head flashed and appeared beneath his feet. Then, it carried him and chased after Wu Xiao at an unbelievable speed. At this moment, the sword formation beneath Duan Lingtian's feet was like a shuttle that carried him at a speed comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial as he chased after Wu Xiao. The 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword has granted me both offense and speed. It's equivalent to me mastering an offensive celestial method and a movement celestial method at the same time. Duan Lingtian had noticed this long ago. Due to the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he could also integrate the profundity of the sword-type divine ability, 13 green lotus swords, into the sword formation to increase his speed. At this moment, the 13 green lotus swords could even replace a movement divine ability to a certain extent. Naturally, the 13 green lotus swords could not replace a movement divine ability since it was an offensive divine ability. However, since Duan Lingtian had the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword as a medium, he could also use the 13 green lotus swords as a movement divine ability. In other words, Duan Lingtian controlled the sword formation to fly at a speed comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh! With his speed comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Lingtian caught up to Wu Xiao in just a blink of an eye. Wu Zhao's expression changed drastically. The celestial methods and divine abilities he has mastered are both offensive and speed. At this moment, Wu Xiao finally realized this. This was also something he had not expected. Earlier, he had decided to flee despite his injuries because he did not think Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If that was the case, Duan Lingtian might not be able to catch up to him. However, he did not expect this at all. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities were both offensive and speed. Swoosh! 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 After catching up to Wu Xiao, Duan Lingtian no longer held back and unleashed his full strength again. Similar to the previous attack, it swept toward Wu Xiao like a torrential flood in an aggressive manner. This time, Wu Xiao was no longer able to defend himself. Due to this reason, he was drowned by the torrential attack and died. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm had died just like that. If there were no other bodiless celestials here, I might have spared your life. However, I can only use you to make an example out of you. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes after killing Wu Xiao. Earlier, to a certain extent, Duan Lingtian admired Wu Zhao's boldness and courage. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to make an example out of Wu Xiao, he might have spared Wu Zhao's life. However, in order to intimidate the other bodiless celestials present on the scene, he had no choice but to kill Wu Xiao. Duan Lingtian did not feel guilty for killing Wu Xiao. After all, it was Wu Xiao who had stepped forward and tried to kill him and the people around him because he was interested in the immortal supreme treasures in their possession. Wu Xiao died just like that. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm died in the hands of an eminent celestial? How? How's this possible? How can Duan Lingtian be so powerful? Among the bodiless celestials present on the scene, only a few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials could clearly see what had happened. The dozen or so 7 tribulation bodiless celestials could barely see what had happened. However, the other bodiless celestials could not see what had happened. When they saw Wu Xiao was killed by Duan Lingtian, they could not help but feel shocked when they learned about the outcome. The bodiless celestials, including the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. After all, Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial who was strong enough to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The fact that he could kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial meant his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. An eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? What did this mean? Even Feng Qingyang, the sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the last opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone isn't as strong as he is now, right? Indeed. Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to Feng Qingyang who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Based on what he said, he seems to be Feng Qingyang's successor. After the group of bodiless celestials recovered from their shock, they could not help but whisper among themselves. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to Feng Qingyang who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Let's go! However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian could not be bothered with the bodiless celestials present on the scene. He called out to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi as he prepared to enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Just as Duan Lingtian and his two companions were about to enter, whoosh! Chapter 2466. Duan Lingtian was infuriated. To him, his wife, Ke, was one of the few people he cared about the most in this world. 09 Little Shunnet, if they encountered any danger, only one of them would be able to survive. If that was the case, he would make sure Ke would survive. In his opinion, Ke's life was more important than his own. He had always treated Ke as his most precious treasure. He was afraid she would fall when he held her in his hands and melt when he held her in his mouth. However, Gan Ruyen actually dared to bring Ke into the dangerous beyond heaven's secret zone. How could he not be angry about this? At this moment, he even wanted to kill Gan Ruyen. Initially, Gan Ruyen was happy to see Duan Lingtian. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian would treat her like this as soon as he appeared in front of her. It was as though she was his mortal enemy. However, she knew Duan Lingtian's condition was not bad. Duan Lingtian was only acting this way because he did not know about her sister Ke's current cultivation base. He was only acting this way because he was worried about her sister. However, at this moment, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. From the beginning until now, she had never dared to compare herself to her sister in the man's heart. This was because she knew it was impossible for her to compare herself to her sister. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian's reaction. For the sake of her sister's safety, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal his killing intent toward her. Perhaps, if something really happened to her sister because of her, this man might really kill her to vent the hatred in his heart. You should be thankful that Ke is fine. If anything happens to Ke, I won't let you off. Duan Lingtian ignored Gan Ruyen's pitiful expression. He looked at Gan Ruyen coldly. At this moment, the distance between him and Gan Ruyen seemed to have widened. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyen was even more certain of her suspicions. Her eyes dimmed immediately. She was about to explain herself when she suddenly felt something was amiss. It did not matter if she explained herself or not. In his eyes she, Gan Ruyen, was not even comparable to her sister Ke. For the first time, she was jealous of her sister. In the past, she had only been envious of her sister. At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's cold and merciless gaze, a sense of jealousy rose in the depths of her heart. Ke and I are twins, and we look exactly the same. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Why is there such a huge difference in treatment in front of him? Is it because Ke knew him first? At the same time, a bitter expression appeared on Gan Ruyen's face. Brother Tian, what are you doing? You've misunderstood my sister. Duan Lingtian reprimanded Gan Ruyen as soon as he arrived in front of her. Ke was stunned. At this moment, Ke finally regained her senses. She looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. Misunderstanding? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Ke's words. He frowned and said, Ke, you don't have to speak up for her. Perhaps you wanted to come in yourself. However, would you have come in without her permission? She's the one to blame. Duan Lingtian thought Ke was trying to protect her sister. Elder brother Duan, you've really misunderstood Sister Ruyen. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who was standing on the other side of Ke, could not help but speak up. A helpless expression appeared on her beautiful face. Duan Lingtian realized something was amiss when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. If it was only Ke who said it was a misunderstanding, he could still interpret it as Ke trying to protect her sister. However, even Tianwu said the same thing. Indeed, it's a misunderstanding. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Mu Yi, the current successor of the 7 absolute sex prophet progeny, who was standing next to Feng Tianwu, chimed in and spoke up for Gan Ruyen. 09 Little Say Net. What? What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He looked at Ke with a puzzled expression on his face. Ke, this is, Brother Tian. Just as Ke was about to explain, a voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian? A loud voice that was filled with joy rang from afar. When it interrupted Kerr, it also entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his body began to tremble violently. The reason for that was because he was no stranger to that voice. It had been many years since he last heard this voice. However, he would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. He did not have many friends in his life. Therefore, he would remember each and every one of them. No matter how long they had been apart, he would still remember their faces and voices. Suli? Before Duan Lingtian could shift his gaze away from Kerr, he had already identified the owner of the voice. Suli. He was also a friend of his from the mortal continent. Moreover, he had known Suli since he was young in this life. Swoosh! After Kerr was interrupted by Suli, Kerr stopped speaking. Duan Lingtian immediately shifted his gaze to the source of the voice. There, behind the hazy fog, stood a young man. The young man was dressed in blood-red clothes, and his body still emitted the smell of blood. It was obvious that his blood-red clothes were stained with a lot of blood, which had been stained not long ago. Apart from that, he was also holding a sword in his hand. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell the difference between the sword and the young man. Although he didn't use his divine sense to examine the sword, he could sense the sharp aura exuding from the sword and was certain that it was a sword. The sword in Suli's hand was also a celestial sword. Haha. Suli, why are you here? After confirming the person in front of him was Suli, Duan Lingtian flew out excitedly. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Suli. He stared at Suli intently as though he was afraid his friend whom he had not seen for many years would vanish into thin air. What a coincidence Suli smiled and was about to say something to Duan Lingtian when a cold voice rang out from behind him. Suli, follow me to see the ancestor. A cold female voice rang in the air, interrupting Suli's words. She spoke in a commanding tone. Hearing this cold female voice, the smile on Suli's face slightly froze. Following which, he looked at the beautiful figure standing not far away and said apologetically, Miss, I haven't seen this good friend of mine for many years. Can you let me chat with him for a while? Miss? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard someone speaking to Suli in a commanding tone. When Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the person who had ordered Suli's voice rang in his ears again. He was stunned by Suli's words. Suli actually addressed the woman before him as young miss with the attitude of a servant? At this moment, Duan Lingtian began to study the woman before him. This woman wore snow-white clothes and looked very young. Moreover, she had a peerless appearance that was not inferior to his wife, Kerr, and his confidant, Feng Tianwu. She caused one's eyes to light up. In addition, this woman in white seemed to be emitting waves of cold aura at all times, giving people the feeling that winter had arrived, as if it was thousands of miles away from her. Don't forget that you're now my sword slave. The white-clad woman glanced at Suli indifferently when she heard his words. Her voice turned even colder. Suli's eyes dimmed when he heard her words. Understood. Suli nodded obediently when he heard the white-clad woman's cold voice. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian apologetically. Duan Lingtian, I'll meet you later. For now, I'll follow Miss Rin to meet the senior from the Yellow Larch Mansion. As soon as Suli finished speaking, he moved closer to the white-clad woman. Whoosh! However, just as Suli was about to move, he was stopped by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Suli and asked, Suli, what's going on? How did you become this woman's sword slave? Did she force you? If she did, you don't have to bother with her since I'm here. If she tries to make things difficult for me again, I, Duan Lingtian, won't allow it. Duan Lingtian did not expect this. After so many years, his good friend seemed to have lost his freedom and became someone else's servant. How could he accept this? This was Duan Lingtian's friend. How could he allow him to become someone else's servant? Duan Lingtian did not expect his reunion with Suli after so many years would be in such a situation. Duan Lingtian? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the white-clad woman's gaze lingered on him for a moment. However, she only glanced at him briefly before she looked away. Humph! Following that, the white-clad woman snorted before she turned into a white afterimage again. Like a hurricane, she appeared in front of an inconspicuous gray-clad old man. There were quite a number of patches on the gray robes of this old man. However, although his gray robes were patched up, they were very clean and did not have a single speck of dust on them. Duan Lingtian, I'll go over first. I'll explain to you later. Of course, you can ask them to tell you. Suli bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he followed the white-clad woman to the gray-clad old man. Before he left, he glanced at Kerr and the other three women. HM? Chapter 2467. Sister Kerr, why don't you tell him? Feng Tianwu was about to answer Duan Lingtian's question when she saw Kerr was about to speak as well. Therefore, she tactfully gave the opportunity to Kerr. It doesn't matter who says it. Kerr shook her head and smiled faintly. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian and told him everything that had happened since they met Suli in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Both of you only met Suli in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Duan Lingtian finally understood. Sister has met Suli before we came in, Kerr said as she looked at Gan Ruyen. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Gan Ruyen. Before he could react, Kerr continued to say, Brother Tian, I didn't come in with sister. I followed you in after you came in. As for sister, she only came in after her cultivation base broke through to the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage. At this moment, Kerr was prepared to explain this matter so that her sister, Gan Ruyen, would not be wronged. What? You followed me in? When Duan Lingtian heard Kerr's words, he was so shocked that he forgot about everything else. He stared at Kerr in disbelief. He would not have thought of this even if he racked his brains. He did not expect Kerr to follow him in. Was this still the meek Kerr he knew? Kerr. After learning the truth, Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, Don't you know how dangerous this place is? Although we didn't know this place was the Beyond Heaven secret zone, we only thought it was the Sword Saint secret zone left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. However, Senior Uncle Prophet had clearly said that those who don't have a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage or above would die here. Why are you so bold as to follow me in? A hint of blame could be heard in Duan Lingtian's voice when he spoke. However, a hint of worry and fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He was worried something had happened to Kerr after they entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Even though Kerr was safe and sound now, he still couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai had appeared next to Duan Lingtian at some point. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Brother Lingtian, Sister Kerr's strength is not to be underestimated. Do you still not believe what I told you before? In fact, not long after Han Xuanai met Duan Lingtian, she had told Duan Lingtian that Kerr had also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. She had also told him that Kerr was very strong and was not any weaker than Mu Yi, the successor of the Prophet progeny in the 7 Absolutes sect. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian did not believe Han Xuanai at all. This made Han Xuanai feel helpless. If it was not for the fact that one could not swear on the lightning penalty oath in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Han Xuanai, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, would have sworn on the lightning penalty oath. In the end, there was nothing Han Xuanai could do about it since Duan Lingtian did not believe her at all. For this reason, when Han Xuanai saw Kerr, she was happy. She knew she could finally prove what she had said earlier. She was not lying. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Previously, Han Xuanai had told him that Kerr had followed him into the Beyond Heaven secret zone and that Kerr was not any weaker than Mu Yi. However, at that time, he did not believe Han Xuanai at all. Who was Kerr? She was his wife. He had been with his wife for the past few years. Who else would know his wife better than him? However, Han Xuanai said that his wife's strength was above Mu Yi's. How was this possible? For this reason, he did not believe Han Xuanai when she said Kerr had also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Because he felt that it was an impossible thing. But now, reality had given him a resounding slap in the face, making him realize that he was wrong. He finally realized that Han Xuan'ai had not lied to him. Ke, is your strength really stronger than junior sister Yi? When Duan Lingtian looked at Ke again, his face was filled with bewilderment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe it. How could Ke, who was not even as strong as Gan Ruyen, become stronger than Mu Yi overnight? After all, Mu Yi's strength was second only to him among the members of the Seven Absolute sect. At this moment, a bitter smile appeared on Mu Yi's face when she saw Duan Lingtian asking Ke this question. The strength of this senior sister-in-law of hers was not just a little bit stronger than hers. When she recalled the strength Ke had displayed earlier, a hint of shock appeared in the depths of her eyes. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. Not only was the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, but she was also the wife of his senior brother, Duan Lingtian. Not only was she not a pretty face, but she was even more powerful than his senior brother. Yes. Ke nodded slightly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. However, she did not say much. Due to her low-key and introverted character, she would not say much at this moment. I'm sorry. I've misunderstood you. After receiving Ke's confirmation, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Gan Ruyen and smiled apologetically. I was too anxious earlier. When I saw Ke, I didn't think of anything else. I thought you were the one who brought her in. Gan Ruyen nodded with an I understand look on her face. Duan Lingtian looked away when he saw this. However, he did not notice the pain in the depths of Gan Ruyen's eyes. A hint of jealousy could be seen in her eyes as well. Ke! After apologizing to Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Ke and asked, how did your strength improve so quickly? You're even stronger than junior sister Yi. This was something that Duan Lingtian could not figure out. Ke was his wife. They were supposed to be very close to each other. There should not be any secrets between them. However, he realized now that he could not tell. He could not see through Ke. It has something to do with my previous life. Ke seemed to have guessed that Duan Lingtian would ask this question. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, she immediately said to Duan Lingtian, in recent years, there have been many memory fragments in my memory. When I put those memory fragments together, they formed the memories of my previous life. I realized that while I was piecing together the memory fragments, my soul was growing stronger. And at the same time that my soul is strengthening, my cultivation is also increasing at a very exaggerated speed. Although Ke explained the root cause of her rapid increase in cultivation base, she did not mention the process. After all, she had endured the pain of having her soul devoured in order to possess her current strength in such a short period of time. Naturally, she did not mention it because she was afraid Duan Lingtian would be worried. So that's how it is. When Duan Lingtian heard Ke's words, realization dawned on him. However, he did not suspect anything. After all, he knew that Ke was the reincarnation of a goddess. Ke! After learning the root cause of Ke's increase in cultivation base, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel worried. Based on what you said, when you were piecing together the memory fragments of your previous life, you should have recalled many things from your previous life as well. During this process, did it affect your memory of this life? If it did, from today onward, I won't allow you to piece together the memory of your previous life. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn. Naturally, he knew Ke had always been eager to increase her cultivation base so that she could help him. However, if the price was Ke losing her memory of this life, he did not want Ke to rely on this to increase her cultivation base. After all, he did not want anything to happen to Ke. Brother Tian, don't worry. It won't affect me. Ke shook her head and smiled. If it does affect me, I won't piece together the memory fragments again. After all, if I lose my memory of this life, I might forget about you and Si Ling. Brother Tian and Si Ling are more important to me than anything else. Therefore, I won't risk losing my memory of this life to piece together the memory of my previous life to increase my cultivation base. As Ke spoke, she became a little emotional. That's good. Duan Lingtian finally felt relieved. Although he still wanted to ask Ke about the details of her past life's memory fragments, he knew that now was not the time. So he quickly avoided the topic and shifted the topic back to Suli. Ke, what's the matter with Suli? If I'm not mistaken, that woman shouldn't be from the Saint Province realm we're in. In other words, Suli must have only met her after he came to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. But how did Suli become her sword slave? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. It's because she helped Suli suppress the devilish aura, Ke said. When we met Suli in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he was already the sword slave of the white-clad woman, Ren Yuanjie. At that time, I wanted to help him get rid of Ren Yuanjie, but he rejected my offer. A hint of helplessness could be heard in Ke's voice when she spoke. Although Ren Yuanjie was strong and could be considered as one of the strongest eminent celestials, Duan Lingtian was not a match for her. However, she was still a far cry from Ren Yuanjie. She helped Suli suppress the devilish aura? What is going on? Currently, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with doubt. After listening to Ke's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood. Chapter 2468. Suli obtained the inheritance from the Devil Clan, and that's why he's in between a human and a devil? As a human, everything is normal. As a devil, he loses his rationality and becomes a killing machine? As Ke explained, Duan Lingtian also learned about the things that had happened to Suli all these years. For a moment, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for this good friend of his. This was because he knew how dangerous it was. Putting everything else aside for now. After Suli became a devil, he could no longer differentiate between friend and foe. Moreover, he must have offended many people because of this. Under such circumstances, it was extremely fortunate that Suli was still alive. Moreover, it was extremely fortunate that Suli was not completely devoured by the devil's trait and completely transformed into a devil. I didn't expect so many things to happen to Suli all these years. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. At the same time, he looked at Ke and asked, Ke, you said earlier that the white-clad woman called Ren Yuanjie helped Suli suppress the devil's trait, and that's why Suli was willing to become her sword's slave. Yes. Ke nodded and continued. I told Suli that if he wants to get rid of Ren Yuanjie, then I can help him. No matter if it's forcing Ren Yuanjie to give up on him, the sword servant, or killing Ren Yuanjie. When Ke reached the end of her sentence, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She was very clear about the relationship between Suli and her brother Tian. She also knew that if her brother Tian knew about Suli's situation, he would definitely do the same. However, he rejected me. He said, a real man must keep his word, and he can't go back on his word. When Ke reached this part of her sentence, she felt slightly helpless. He's such a person. When Duan Lingtian heard Ke's words, he felt helpless as well. However, he knew Suli was such a person. He was very stubborn. Once he had decided on something, he would not change his mind easily. Moreover, Ren Yuanjie had indeed helped him this time, and he was indebted to her. Did he promise to be Ren Yuanjie's sword slave forever? As Duan Lingtian asked again, his gaze fell on the three figures in the distance. Over there, Ren Yuanjie, who wore snow-white clothes, was leading Suli to bow to the gray-clothed old man. The inconspicuous gray-robed old man also looked at him the moment he looked over, and their eyes met. With just one glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that the gray-clothed old man wasn't simple. Even the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial I killed earlier is no match for him. After exchanging glances with the gray-clothed old man, Duan Lingtian could not help but have such a thought. In other words, this old man might be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he thought about this. As soon as he arrived, he swept his gaze across the bodiless celestials present, including the gray-robed old man. However, this gray-clothed old man had been standing in a corner the entire time. He appeared to be extremely unremarkable. Thus, he did not notice anything unusual. Now, when this old man bowed to Ren Yuanjie and Suli, and looked at him, he showed that he was extraordinary in front of him. It made him vaguely realize this old man was most likely a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. That's not true. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Kerr shook her head and said, according to what Suli said, he seemed to have promised to be Ringyuan Jie's sword slave for 100 years. In other words, he will regain his freedom after 100 years. 100 years? That's good. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Suli would stupidly promise to be a sword slave for the rest of his life. Although the lightning penalty oath did not exist in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the lightning penalty oath did not exist. However, with Suli's character, there was no need for him to be bound by the lightning penalty oath. That Ringyuanjie really got a great bargain this time. At this moment, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Elder Brother Duan, do you know who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Don't tell me it's Suli? When he heard what Feng Tianwu said earlier, Duan Lingtian was still slightly puzzled, and he was completely unable to make sense of it. However, when he heard the second half of Feng Tianwu's words, he could vaguely guess what she was talking about. It's Suli. Feng Tianwu nodded. Then, she looked at Kerr and said, it's all thanks to Sister Kerr that Suli was able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If it weren't for Sister Kerr, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Kerr? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although he knew Kerr was not weak, he did not expect Kerr would be able to help Suli obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I can only say that Suli is fated to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. When Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr, Kerr continued to say, at that time, all of us were standing in front of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, in the end, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial only chose Suli. This can only mean that we're not fated to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, it's also because Suli is the only sword cultivator among all of us. The person who left behind the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was a great overarching golden celestial. When Kerr reached the end of her sentence, she could not help but look at her sister, Gan Ruyen, the current successor of the 7 absolute sex prophet progeny, Mu Yi, and Feng Tianwu. Previously, when they were at the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was so close to them. However, in the end, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had chosen Suli, who was the furthest away from them. Suli really obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Moreover, it's the inheritance from a sword celestial? Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses when he heard Kerr's words. A bright smile appeared on his face. As it turned out, he was still thinking about this. He wondered who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, if he had not been delayed, he would have had a high chance of obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, now that he knew Suli had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the trace of regret in his heart disappeared. After all, he did not want to leave the goodies for outsiders. In that case, this Ringyuanjie has indeed picked up a huge bargain. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he looked at the white-clad woman in the distance. Meanwhile, at Suli's side, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial that appeared during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone is actually the inheritance from a sword celestial? The gray-clad old man narrowed his eyes when he learned from Ringyuanjie that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial that appeared during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone was actually the inheritance from a sword celestial. Yes, ancestor. Ringyuanjie was extremely respectful in front of the gray-clad old man as though she was worshipping Buddha. Did you obtain the inheritance from a sword celestial? When the gray-clothed old man looked at Ringyuanjie again, his sparkling eyes were filled with anticipation. Ringyuanjie shook her head. The anticipation in the old man's eyes disappeared and was replaced by disappointment. Do you know who obtained it? The old man asked again. It's him. Meanwhile, Ringyuanjie looked at Suli and spoke. At this moment, there was a hint of envy in her eyes. Him? At this moment, when the old man's gaze landed on Suli again, there was an earth-shattering change in him compared to before. After all, he had thought the blood-clad young man was Ring Yuanjie's sword slave. He did not expect Ring Yuanjie's sword slave would obtain the inheritance from a sword celestial. Yes. Ring Yuanjie nodded. Originally, his strength was inferior to mine. However, after he obtained the inheritance from a sword celestial, not only did he catch up to me, but he even showed signs of surpassing me. The old man looked at Suli with burning eyes when he heard Ring Yuanjie's words. He asked in surprise, "Since you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, why do you still want to keep your promise to her and be her sword's slave? A real man can't stand without keeping his word." In the face of the old man's question, Suli replied indifferently. Ring Yuanjie's expression changed slightly when she heard Suli's words. A real man can't stand without keeping his word. The old man was not stingy with his praise when he heard Suli's words. Then, he looked at Ring Yuanjie and said, "Yuanjie, I'll make a decision for you this time. From today onward, Suli is no longer your sword's slave. The promise is void. Do you agree?" the old man asked. "I'll do as you say, ancestor." However, Ring Yuanjie was stunned for a moment before she nodded in response to the old man's words. "Senior Suli frowned when he saw this. "Suli," Ring Yuanjie said before the old man could speak, "you're not going back on your word. I'm the one who's giving up on you. You don't have to feel burdened by this." Suli looked at Ring Yuanjie as though he had just met her. In his impression, Ring Yuanjie was not such a considerate person. "It seems like she's doing this because I obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and the old man from Yellow Larch Mansion." It was not difficult for Suli to figure this out. "It's decided then," the old man said with a smile as he looked at Suli. "Suli, I'd like to invite you to join the Yellow Larch Mansion. Are you willing? Here it comes." Suli knew things were not as simple as they seemed. When he heard the old man's words, he knew he had guessed correctly. The old man had asked Ring Yuanjie to give up on him. Then, he invited him to join the Yellow Larch Mansion. Chapter 2469. Although Suli did not know much about the Yellow Larch Mansion, based on Ring Yuanjie's words, he knew the Yellow Larch Mansion had a direct connection to the Devata realm. If he had not obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he might have accepted the old man's invitation. However, it was impossible for him to do so now. After all, when he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he had also become the great overarching golden celestial's successor. In the future, when he went to the Devata realm, he would have to become the great overarching golden celestial's disciple. Since Suli had obtained the great overarching golden celestial's successor, it was impossible for him to join another force in the Devata realm. If the Yellow Larch Mansion was only a force in the mundane realms, it would be fine. However, the Yellow Larch Mansion was not just a force in the mundane realms. "I'm sorry, Senior." Suli shook his head and said bluntly, "If the Yellow Larch Mansion is only an ordinary force in the mundane realms, I don't mind joining them. However, the Yellow Larch Mansion is not just an ordinary force in the mundane realms. Since I've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, I'm destined to become his disciple when I go to the Devata realm." Based on Suli's words, he made his stance clear. He already had a force in the Devata realm. "Suli, perhaps you don't know." The old man shook his head and said, "To the great overarching golden celestial, you're just one of his many successors in the mundane realms. When you go to the Devata realm in the future, it doesn't matter if you don't become his disciple or join his force. Moreover, the Yellow Larch Mansion is one of the top forces in the Devata realm. The old ancestor of the Yellow Larch Mansion is a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Even if you join the Yellow Larch Mansion, the great overarching golden celestial might not even pay attention to you. Even if he finds out about you, he might not dare to come to the Yellow Larch Mansion." The old man's voice was filled with confidence. He was confident in the Yellow Larch Mansion. Senior, do you think I, Suli, am the kind of person who would repay kindness with enmity? Suli's voice was filled with anger when he heard the old man's words. Suli! Ren Yuanjie's expression. Suli actually dared to act so presumptuously in front of their Yellow Larch Mansion's old ancestor. Was he sick of living? After all, even the current mansion master of the Yellow Larch Mansion had to be extremely respectful in front of the old ancestor of the Yellow Larch Mansion. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. However, the person who was her sword slave a moment ago actually dared to be rude to the old ancestor of the Yellow Larch Mansion. The yellow overarching. Ha! However, the old man wasn't as angry as Ren Yuanjie imagined. Instead, he laughed and said, just as I thought. To the overarching, to Su overarching, to the overarching. The old man spoke as if he already knew that Suli would reject his invitation. Overarching, overarches, overarching. Overarching, golden, overarching, overs, overarching, overarches, overing force, overs, s yuan, overarching. Overarching. Overarching, overs. Li Shi. No matter what, it's impossible for you to be Yuanjie's sword slave again, and making you her sword slave is also an insult to you. How about this? Since you and Yuanjie have made a promise of 100 years, I'll make the decision this time. I'll invite you to become a guest elder of my Yellow Larch Mansion and protect it for 100 years. What do you think? Naturally, I'm talking about the Yellow Larch Mansion in the mundane realm. It has nothing to do with the Yellow Larch Mansion in the Devata realms. Sure. This time, Suli agreed. This was not against his principles. Moreover, compared to being Ren Yuanjie's sword servant, being a guest elder of the Yellow Larch Mansion was much more dignified. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Ren Yuanjie stood at the side. After hearing the old man's words, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She could clearly feel that the current Suli was completely different from the Suli that was her sword servant from before. The latter was like a puppet. The former, on the other hand, was made of flesh and blood. Since the old ancestor respects him so much, with his character of repaying kindness, I'm sure he'll do his best for our Yellow Larch Mansion in the next 100 years. Ren Yuanjie was certain Suli would do his best. For this reason, she felt that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. The Yellow Larch Mansion welcomes you. Since you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, we'll leave now and try our best to find more celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial methods in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After the old man finished speaking, he prepared to leave with Suli and Ren Yuanjie to search for celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial methods in heaven rank and earth rank treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Although the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had been obtained, the Beyond Heaven secret zone would still be open for a long time. As a bodiless celestial, it was fine if he encountered earth rank treasure vaults, but he did not have the right to enter heaven rank treasure vaults. With Suli and Ren Yuanjie, even if we encounter heaven rank treasure vaults, the celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial methods will belong to the Yellow Larch Mansion. The old man was filled with confidence. Senior! At this moment, Suli did not forget about Duan Lingtian. Before we leave, I'd like to say goodbye to my friend. Oh? Duan Lingtian? The old man did not seem surprised when he heard Suli's request. Moreover, he even mentioned Duan Lingtian's name when he spoke. Senior, you know my friend? Suli was stunned. Your friend isn't simple. The old man looked at Suli meaningfully when he heard Suli's question. Duan Lingtian isn't simple? Suli was stunned again. Ren Yuanjie said, You must have been bewitched most of the time. That's why you haven't heard any rumors about your friend. Ren Yuanjie, who was standing at the side, said, Duan Lingtian has killed 2 7-tribulation bodiless celestials. It's said that one of the 7-tribulation bodiless celestials was killed by him after he obtained a celestial supreme treasure. As far as I know, these rumors aren't baseless, Ren Yuanjie said. Suli was stunned. He killed 2 7 bodiless celestials? Su Li was dumbfounded. Although he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, with the help of his celestial sword, he was only a match for an ordinary 7 bodiless celestial who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. However, his friend had already killed 2 7 bodiless celestials? Yes. Moreover, the 2 7 bodiless celestials were killed by him without exception, Ren Yuanjie said. Su Li was dumbfounded. Although he had not seen Duan Lingtian for many years, he knew Duan Lingtian was not weak. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. That's true. Even Duan Lingtian's wife is so strong. How can he be weak? Su Li recalled how he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial with the help of Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke. Otherwise, he would not have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, if he did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he would not be able to obtain it. However, Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke, had given him the opportunity to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. The matter of him killing 2 7 bodiless celestials is a thing of the past. The old man said. Before all of you came out, Duan Lingtian had killed an 8 bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, that 8 bodiless celestial was the strongest 8 bodiless celestial in Muro realm. If I don't use a celestial supreme treasure, I'll definitely be at a disadvantage if I fight him with a celestial supreme treasure. When the old man reached the end of his sentence, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance. After Duan Lingtian used a mysterious celestial method to snatch the 8 bodiless celestial supreme treasure, he heavily injured the 8 bodiless celestial. Then, he chased after the 8 bodiless celestial and killed him. The old man narrowed his eyes as a hint of shock appeared on his face. He could not help but feel shocked when he recalled the scene earlier. Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, but he was shocked by the fact that his attack was comparable to a 9 bodiless celestial. However, Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to a 9 bodiless celestial. This meant that Duan Lingtian's attack and speed were not inferior to a 9 bodiless celestial. Unless it's a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a 9 bodiless celestial like me would find it difficult to defeat him. The old man thought to himself. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. This old man who seemed inconspicuous in the beginning was indeed a 9 bodiless celestial. What? Su Li and Ren Yuanjie were shocked when they heard the old man's words. Duan Lingtian killed an 8 bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? Moreover, that 8 bodiless celestial was widely acknowledged as the strongest 8 bodiless celestial in Muro realm. Ren Yuanjie looked as though she had seen a ghost when she looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance again. She knew very well what it meant to be widely acknowledged as the strongest 8 bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. The purple-clad young man who looked so young was an eminent celestial like her. How could he possess such terrifying strength? Chapter 2470. Duan Lingtian. He's so strong? Su Li looked at the purple figure in the distance. While his face was filled with shock, his eyes were also filled with disbelief. Soon after, the expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a gentle smile. That's true. Every time we meet this fellow, he always brings us surprises. Now that his wife is so strong, it's not surprising that he's so strong. When Su Li recalled the surprises Duan Lingtian had brought to him in the past and the strength of Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke, he felt relieved. Little Yuanjie, Elder Su Li's friend, seems to be hostile toward you. As a 9 bodiless celestial, the old man's observation skills were, naturally, better than ordinary people. He quickly noticed the hostility the purple-clad young man had toward Ren Yuanjie. He probably still thinks that Su Li is my sword slave. She had long since noticed the hostility of the purple-clothed youth towards Ren Yuanjie, and it had never stopped. That's a big misunderstanding. The old man smiled faintly before he looked at Suli and said, Elder Suli, you don't mind introducing your friend to us, right? This is the first time in my life that I want to befriend an eminent celestial. Based on the old man's words, it was clear he wanted to befriend Duan Lingtian. Of course, Elder Suli, you don't have to worry. After we get to know him, little Yuan Jie and I will give you time to catch up with him. The old man added as though he was afraid Suli would be worried they would take up the time he had to catch up with Duan Lingtian. Of course, I don't mind. Suli shook his head and flew toward Duan Lingtian with the old man and Ren Yuan Jie. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian had thought Suli would come alone. He did not expect Suli would bring two people with him. Moreover, one of them was someone he detested. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Ren Yuan Jie was a ruthless woman. She was a woman who would take advantage of a burning house. Naturally, the reason he thought so was because Suli was his good friend. As for Ren Yuan Jie taking advantage of the situation and using the excuse of helping Suli suppress his demonic nature to make him her sword's slave for 100 years. If Suli was not his friend, he would not think there was anything wrong with it. After all, it was a fair deal. But when this happened to his good friend, he was very unhappy. Suli, why did you bring her here? Duan Lingtian frowned as he glanced at Ren Yuan Jie. Duan Lingtian, I'm no longer young Miss Ren's sword's slave. There's no need for you to target her like this. Suli's right. However, even though he said that, he was still very touched to see this good friend of his who he had not seen for many years protect him. After all, Ren Yuan Jie is of course, of Duan Ling Heaven sect, of the Lings. Of Duan Ling of Heavens of his. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Suli's words. Subsequently, Suli told Duan Lingtian the sequence of events without holding back in the slightest. Therefore, I'm now the guest elder of Yellow Darch Mansion, Suli said with a smile on his face after he told Duan Lingtian the whole story. Duan Lingtian's hostility toward Ren Yuan Jie vanished when he heard Suli's words. Although Suli had promised to protect Yellow Darch Mansion for 100 years, being a guest elder of Yellow Darch Mansion and being a sword slave of a Yellow Darch Mansion's disciple were two completely different concepts. May I know how I should address you, senior? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man before him. This was the first time he studied the old man seriously. He knew the reason Suli could become the guest elder of Yellow Darch Mansion was because of this old man. Not only did the old man's decision protect Suli's dignity, but it had also won Suli's heart. Duan Lingtian knew Suli would be moved by the old man's decision. If he was in Suli's shoes, he would be moved as well. For this reason, he felt the old man not only had a high cultivation base, but he was also very far-sighted. There was no doubt the old man had made the right choice regarding Suli's matter. I'm Xian Yuanji. Little brother Lingtian, I've long heard of your name. The old man, Xian Yuanji, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Yellow Darch Mansion, chuckled when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. From the beginning until the end, Xian Yuanji's attitude was very friendly. Little brother Lingtian, you don't have to address me as senior. If you think highly of me, you can just call me brother. I'm only a few years older than you, little brother Lingtian. Xian Yuanji smiled. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was only a few years older than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't even know how to describe his current feelings. This old man, isn't he too shameless? Han Xuanai muttered to herself as she stood nearby. Even though her voice was not loud, everyone present could hear her clearly. As the person involved, Xian Yuanji smiled and gave Han Xuanai a friendly look. Ren Yuanjie, who was standing beside Han Xuanai, could not help but glare fiercely at Han Xuanai. To her, not only was Xian Yuanji the old ancestor of the Yellow Darch Mansion, but he was also one of the two supreme existences in the Yellow Darch Mansion. If it wasn't for the fact that Xian Yuanji didn't seem to care, she definitely wouldn't have just simply glared at Han Xuanai. Since you've said so, I'll be disrespecting you if I don't listen to you, Duan Lingtian was not an indecisive person. Since Xian Yuanji had shown him so much respect, it would be inappropriate for him to refuse. Moreover, it would only be beneficial for him to befriend a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Good, good! Xian Yuanji burst out laughing when he heard Duan Lingtian's agreement. After a while he said, "Little brother Lingtian, you and Elder Suli haven't seen each other for many years. I'm sure you want to catch up with each other. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll probably leave the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone 3 years before it closes. If you're interested in visiting Yanhuang Realm before the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone closes, I'll definitely treat you well. Take this order token. If you're interested in visiting Yanhuang Realm, you can bring this order token to the Yellow Larch Mansion to look for me. The Yellow Larch Mansion is located in a secluded area. However, once you're in Yanhuang Realm, infuse your energy into this order token, and it'll lead you to the Yellow Larch Mansion." As Xian Yuanji spoke, he took out a violet order token and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "Yanhuang Realm?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said with a smile, "Brother, if you're from another mundane realm, I'm afraid this token would be useless to me. However, I've already decided to go to Yanhuang Realm. When I get to the Yanhuang Realm, I'll have to pay you a visit," Duan Lingtian said. "Really?" Xian Yuanji's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he had given the order token to Duan Lingtian, he did not think Duan Lingtian would go to Yanhuang Realm or Yellow Larch Mansion to look for him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had said this, it seemed like he had unintentionally planted a willow tree. It seemed like Duan Lingtian had been preparing to go to Yanhuang Realm for a long time. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled before he looked at Zhang Yi and said, "This is my friend, Zhang Yi. He's a disciple from the Celestial Master's sect in Yanhuang Realm. I've already told him that I'll be going to Yanhuang Realm with him soon." "A disciple from the Celestial Master's sect?" Xian Yuanji's gaze instantly shifted to Zhang Yi as he said with a smile, "Speaking of which, I'm friends with Free Cloud Sage from your Celestial Master's sect. I should meet him before I ascend and mention you to him." "The Free Cloud Venerable!" Hearing Xian Yuanji's words, Zhang Yi, who was still in a daze, suddenly regained his senses. The Free Cloud Venerable was the only nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Master's sect. He was also the strongest person in the Celestial Master's sect. Although Zhang Yi was a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect and was considered one of the best among the younger generation in the sect, he had never met the Free Cloud Venerable before, let alone spoken to him. However, not only did the old man say he was friends with the Free Cloud Venerable, but he even said he would mention him to him. "Thank you, Senior." Thank you, Senior." Zhang Yi hastily bowed and thanked Xian Yuanji. His voice was filled with excitement. "Since your little brother Lingtian's friend, you're my friend as well. There's no need to thank me." Xian Yuanji smiled faintly at Zhang Yi before he turned to Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "All right, Yuanjie, and I won't disturb little brother Lingtian. You can catch up with Elder Suli. Elder Suli, there's no hurry. You can catch up with little brother Lingtian." Xian Yuanji did not forget to say goodbye to Suli before he left with Ring Yuanjie. "All right." Suli nodded. Duan Lingtian and Suli had not seen each other for many years. As soon as they started talking, they could not stop themselves. They talked about many things with each other. Most of them talked about their experiences in the past few years. Suli exclaimed in admiration at Duan Lingtian's experience. Every time he heard of a dangerous situation, even if he knew that Duan Lingtian had turned the misfortune into a blessing in the end, he was still filled with anxiety, and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not feel anything when he learned about Suli's experiences before he obtained the Devil Clan's legacy. Chapter 2471. You didn't do it on purpose. I believe Senior Jian Shuresan won't blame you if he sees this from heaven. Duan Lingtian could not help but comfort Suli when he felt the regret, depression, and loss in Suli's heart. Even so, I can't get over it. Suli sighed. His disappointment did not diminish in the slightest. Since things have come to this, it's useless to think about it. I believe Senior Jian San would want you to live well if he knows about this. Duan Lingtian added. Yes. Su Li nodded and said, Duan Lingtian, it's all thanks to your wife that I was able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. She helped me because of you. Thank you. Is there a need to be so polite between us? Moreover, I've heard about it. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Kerr has contributed, but isn't it because you're fated to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? There are so many people in front of the inheritance of a Daluo golden immortal. They are only inches away from the inheritance of a Daluo golden immortal, but it chose you. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. It just so happens that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was left behind by a sword celestial. That's why it chose me, the only sword cultivator present at that time. Su Li paused for a moment before he said, I heard from Elder Ji that you've just arrived here? Why did you come so late? If you had come earlier, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial definitely wouldn't have been mine. After all, you're also a sword cultivator. Moreover, it would definitely choose you instead of me. Su Li said. Perhaps this is fate. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Actually, in retrospect, it might be a good thing that I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, I already have a master, so it's impossible for me to join him just because I obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In Duan Lingtian's heart, he had long determined that Senior Feng Qingyang who left him the Sovereign Heart Sword was his master. Other than Feng Qingyang, he would not recognize any other master. You're still the same as before. You're still so open-minded. Su Li smiled. Magnanimous? You don't know how depressed I was for a while after I found out I wasn't fated with the inheritance of a golden celestial. It was only later that I got over it. Now, besides finding out that it was you, Su Li, who obtained the inheritance of the golden immortal, the last trace of resentment in my heart has vanished. No matter what, the inheritance of a Zenith Heaven golden immortal that I had no fate with was not obtained by an outsider. Duan Lingtian smiled. So, I think I overestimated you? Su Li laughed. Following that, the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Su Li was no longer as relaxed as before. Duan Lingtian, I met your daughter before I entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. I didn't expect you to have a child after so many years. Su Li sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. Oh? You met Si Ling as well? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed before he smiled and said, I don't only have a daughter. I have a son as well. I know your daughter's name is Duan Si Ling. What's your son's name? Su Li asked curiously. Duan Niantian. A hint of longing appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about his son. This longing wasn't only directed towards his son, it was directed towards his other wife, Li Fei, his parents, and the group of friends and family. He had not seen his friends and family since they had disappeared from the Debussy subterranean. After I leave this place, I'll make a trip to the Saint Province realm to look for my parents and little Fei before I head to Yanhuang realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. Niantian? Su Li's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, If I'm not wrong, whether it's my little niece's name or my little nephew's name, they weren't given by you, right? How do you know? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Whether it was his daughter's name or his son's name, he was not the one who named them. 09 Little Shuanet. Their names? They have profound meanings. If I'm not wrong, their names should be given by their respective mothers, right? Su Li said with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a blissful smile on his face. To a certain extent, the names of his two children represented the love his two wives had for him. The two of them chatted for a while before Su Li bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, I'll be in Yanhuang realm for the next 100 years. If you really want to come over, we might be able to meet again. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until we're in the Devata realm. When Su Li finished speaking, Although there was a smile on his face, it was a forced smile. There were 81 Devata realms in total. Each Devata realm was extremely vast. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person in one of them. For this reason, he did not think he would have a chance to meet Duan Lingtian in the Devata realm. If he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian, he would have to wait until one of them became famous. However, it was extremely difficult to make a name for oneself in the Devata realms. There were many geniuses in the Devata realms. It was too difficult to stand out in the Devata realms. Don't worry, I'll definitely go, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. I don't think I'll stay in the mundane realm for long. Before I ascend, I'm sure we'll meet again in Yanhuang realm. That's good. I'll wait for you. Su Li nodded. Su Li. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something and asked, how much has your strength increased after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? This was something that Duan Lingtian had always been curious about, and had always wanted to ask. When he saw Su Li for the first time today, he noticed that Su Li was different. He even faintly sensed that Su Li was different. He could sense that Su Li's soul was stronger than his soul, and it gave him a sense of danger. In the mundane realms, only 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and above had souls that were stronger than his soul. Although the souls of those existences were powerful, the only ones who could make him feel threatened were the bodiless celestials who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Since bodiless celestials could not use soul attacks, they were not a threat to him. My current strength is similar to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I'm not a bodiless celestial. Currently, I'm considered a celestial. I can go to the Devata realm with just a thought. Duan Lingtian nodded. Su Li's current situation was similar to Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. After obtaining the inheritance from the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian no longer needed to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and could directly ascend to the Devata realms. A celestial. His strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He knew he had guessed correctly. Although my current strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial, I haven't mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms. If I can master a few divine abilities and movement techniques, I'm sure my strength won't be inferior to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Su Li continued. As he spoke, he was filled with confidence. You haven't mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms, but your strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was shocked by what Su Li said. He had thought Su Li's current strength came from the divine abilities and celestial methods from the Devata realms. He did not expect this. Su Li had not mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms. In that case, the Yellow Darch Mansion has really found a treasure. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. With Su Li's current strength, he only needed to master 1 or 2 more divine abilities and celestial methods before his strength would be comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. An existence like Su Li was not restricted by the rules of the mundane plane. He could stay in the mundane plane for as long as he wanted. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials had to face the bodiless celestial tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. If one failed the tribulation, one would die. If one succeeded, one would have to ascend to the Devata realms and could not stay in the mundane realm for long. For this reason, Duan Lingtian said the Yellow Darch Mansion had found a treasure. I promise to protect the Yellow Darch Mansion for 100 years. After 100 years, even if I can't return to the Saint Province realm, I'll ascend to the Devata realms from Yanhuang realm, Su Li said. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, I'll take my leave first. Let's meet in Yanhuang realm in a few years. Su Li bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Currently, Xian Yuanji and Ren Yuanjia from the Yellow Darch Mansion were still waiting for him. For this reason, he did not want to waste too much time. Although Xian Yuanji had said he could catch up with Duan Lingtian for as long as he wanted, he still felt it was inappropriate to keep them waiting. Moreover, he and Duan Lingtian had almost finished catching up with each other. Go. See you in Yanhuang Realm. A warm smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at his friend who was about to leave. It gave off a refreshing feeling. After Suli left, Xian Yuanji looked at Duan Lingtian and said loudly, "Little brother Lingtian, I'll be waiting for you in Yanhuang Realm in a few years. I still have some good wine in the Yellow Darch Mansion. Let's drink until we're drunk. Don't worry, brother. I'll definitely be there," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Swoosh. 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 Chapter 2472. Xianyuan Mansion? That old man said that he's from the Yellow Darch Mansion? The Yellow Darch Mansion. It's one of the most mysterious forces in the mundane realms. Although the people from the Yellow Darch Mansion rarely show themselves, even the top forces in Yanhuang Realm like Huagua Mountain and Lion Camel Ridge dare not make an enemy out of them. After Xian Yuanji and the other two left, the group of bodiless celestials from Yanhuang Realm could not help but whisper among themselves. 3. The fastest, of course, they knew very little about the Xianyuan Mansion. All they knew was that the Xianyuan Mansion was a powerful hidden faction in the Yanhuang Realm that was not any weaker than the top factions in the Yanhuang Realm. Zhang Yi, he's already gone. What are you still thinking about? After Xian Yuanji and the other two left, Han Xiuanai noticed that Zhang Yi was still in a daze. She could not help but frown and ask. Zhang Yi regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm just a little excited. I didn't expect I'd be able to meet a legendary figure. I didn't expect Xian Yuanji from the Yellow Darch Mansion hasn't ascended to a Devata realm yet." Xian Yuanji? Was that the old man from before? Is he very powerful? When Han Xiuanai asked Zhang Yi, she didn't forget to mutter, "But he's smart. He actually took the initiative to get close to Brother Lingtian." Han Xiuanai could see that the old man was not simple. However, she did not know the old man was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. She thought the old man was at most a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, or an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. Of course. When Zhang Yi heard Han Xiuanai's words, he quickly said, "Xian Yuanji is one of the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials from the Yellow Darch Mansion in Yanhuang Realm. Don't you think he's powerful? A 9th tribulation individual immortal?" Han Xiuanai was shocked. After a while, she asked in shock, "Zhang Yi, you're not lying to me, right? The old man who tried to curry favor with Brother Lingtian earlier is actually a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial?" Han Xiuanai naturally knew what a 9-tribulation scattered immortal meant. They were existences who stood at the pinnacle of the mundane realms. That inconspicuous old man was actually a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? Why would I lie to you? Do you know who the Free Cloud Reverend from our Celestial Masters sect that he mentioned is? He's the only 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Masters sect. Everyone in the Celestial Masters sect has to address him as ancestor." Zhang Yi's face was filled with sincerity as he spoke. "That old man is actually a 9-tribulation scattered immortal?" Han Xiuanai still can't believe it. A 9th tribulation loose immortal is actually so polite in front of Brother Lingtian. Furthermore, he even took the initiative to befriend Big Brother Lingtian. This. Currently, Duan Lingtian is like a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the eyes of others. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he's definitely qualified to befriend a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial," Zhang Yi said. "Putting everything else aside, just the fact that Duan Lingtian killed the strongest 8-tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm is enough to prove his strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. It's also enough to make Duan Lingtian famous in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Once Duan Lingtian becomes famous in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, his name will spread to the other mundane realms as well. At that time, the people from the 4 large mundane realms, including Yanhuang Realm, will know that a peerless genius has appeared in the Saint Province realm. His strength is on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It had to be said that Zhang Yi had seen through the whole thing very clearly. He also believed that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak. After the Beyond Heaven secret zone closed, Duan Lingtian's name would spread to the 4 large mundane realms like Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm. That's right! Brother Lingtian was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, his opponent was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. This means Brother Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Han Xiuanai finally regained her senses when she heard Zhang Yi's words. She could not help but smile wryly as she said, "Brother Lingtian always surprises people with his strength. I'm already numb to it. I almost forgot that Brother Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when he killed the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm." On the other side, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi were having a conversation. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ruyen were stunned when they heard the conversation between Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi. Brother Lingtian killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? Moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial possessed a celestial supreme treasure? Since they had just come out, they were unaware of what had happened outside. However, after listening to the conversation between Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, they finally learned that a battle had taken place. As it turned out, a battle had taken place before they came out. One of the main characters was Duan Lingtian, whom they were familiar with. The other main character was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. Moreover, he possessed a celestial supreme treasure. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. With a celestial supreme treasure, ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure would not be a match for him. However, such a person had been killed by Duan Lingtian. How could they not be shocked? Big Brother Duan's strength has actually reached such a level? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with shock. Mu Yi and Gan Ruyan's expressions were similar to Duan Lingtian's. Among the women who had just come out from the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, Ke was the only one who was able to remain calm. Ke did not think much of Duan Lingtian. No matter how great her man's achievements were, it was only natural. There was nothing to be surprised about. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to call out to Ke and the others, intending to leave this place. How terrifying! How terrifying! That old man killed 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials with just a wave of his hand. A series of exclamations came from the distance. It was a few travel-worn people making a fuss over nothing. Duan Lingtian listened attentively for a moment before he learned that the Heavenly Sword sect's members were all extremely powerful. As it turned out, after Su Li, Xian Yuanji, and Ring Yuanjie left, there were people who had followed them. They wanted to snatch the celestial supreme treasure and other treasures from Su Li, who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. They did not make a move because they discovered the relationship between Su Li and Duan Lingtian was not ordinary. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would protect Su Li. After all, it was not a secret that Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Most of them had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, and snatching his celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, they were wary of Duan Lingtian, and did not dare to offend him. Before Su Li left, they didn't dare to make a move on him because they were wary of me. However, after Su Li left, they thought they had found an opportunity to kill him and snatch his treasures. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head when he found out about the sequence of events. He felt those people who coveted the things in Su Li's possession were simply stupid. After all, Su Li had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial by his side. Of course, he knew it was because those people did not know the background of Xian Yuanji, who was by Su Li's side. Otherwise, they would not have been so bold as to openly follow Su Li and kill him. He killed 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials with just a wave of his hand. Even the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm who was killed by Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to do that, right? If those 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials didn't have any celestial supreme treasures, the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm could have easily killed them with his celestial supreme treasure. I'm afraid only a few of them know about this. As the group of people present spoke, their gazes also landed on the few people who had just returned from killing Su Li. Although these people wanted to kill Su Li, they did not have the time to make a move. They were shocked by the old man next to Su Li. Those 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials didn't use any celestial supreme treasures, but the old man who killed them didn't use any celestial supreme treasures as well. That's right. They didn't use any celestial supreme treasures. When the group of people looked at the few people who had just returned, the few of them also started to talk to each other. They didn't use any celestial supreme treasures? The people present on the scene were shocked. There's only one possibility. That ordinary-looking old man is most likely a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Very soon, someone said. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Immediately, more people's hearts trembled, and their faces revealed shock. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions and clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Then, in the eyes of the crowd, a tall and sturdy figure stepped on the sky and landed in the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of them, revealing his majestic figure. He stood there like an iron tower with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. If that old man isn't a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, do you think he would dare to talk to Duan Lingtian as an equal? The uninvited guest was a middle-aged man. His voice was like a clap of thunder as it reverberated in the air. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with his fierce eyes. Chapter 2473. Just as the gazes of the group of people fell on the burly middle-aged man who had just appeared. Old ancestor! Old ancestor! A few respectful voices rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone shifted their attention from the burly middle-aged man to the few people who had greeted him respectfully. Other than a young man, the rest of the people were all old men. However, at that moment, even those old people had to respectfully bow before the robust middle-aged man. Not only did they not dare to be negligent, their respectful appearances were as if they were devout worshipping Buddha. Aren't those people from the Power Saint sect in Skyline Realm? Soon after, a few bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm recognized the old men and confirmed that they were from Power Saint sect, one of the top forces in Skyline Realm. They're really from the Power Saint sect. I know that green-robed old man. He's the second elder of Power Saint sect. He's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I've seen the blue-robed old man before. He's the 3rd elder of Power Saint sect. He's also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Not only did the bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm confirm the identities of the people from Power Saint sect, but they also learned the 2 old men had high statuses in Power Saint sect. They were the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder. Both of them were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. This is the old ancestor of Power Saint sect, old ancestor Qin Yu. The 2nd elder of Power Saint sect said loudly when the bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm recognized the 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from Power Saint sect. Old ancestor Qin Yu. As soon as the 2nd elder of the Power Saint sect finished speaking, the people from the other 4 mundane realms, including Duan Lingtian, looked at the muscular middle-aged man in surprise. They could tell the middle-aged man was not as simple as they thought. The expressions of the bodiless celestials from the Skyline Realm changed when they heard the 2nd elder of the Power Saint sect's words. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Old ancestor Qin Yu? He's old ancestor Qin Yu from Power Saint sect? A loose immortal from the Skyline Plane looked at the burly middle-aged man in front of him in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. I thought he was just an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Power Saint sect. I didn't expect him to be old ancestor Qin Yu, the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Power Saint sect. I've only heard that there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Power Saint sect, but I've never seen him before. He appeared at this time, and seems to be targeting the Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid he's not here with good intentions. The group of itinerant immortals from the Skyline realm also noticed a problem. Since the beginning, old ancestor Qin Yu from the Power Saint sect had been staring at Duan Lingtian the entire time. It was as if Duan Lingtian had some special charm. Gradually, the group of people present also realized this problem. I can't believe he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The group of people present on the scene was shocked when they discovered the burly middle-aged man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. At the same time, many people could not help but speculate. Look at the way he's looking at Duan Lingtian. It's as though flames of greed are rising in his eyes. It seems like he's interested in the things on Duan Lingtian. Or perhaps, he's coveting the things on Duan Lingtian and the people around Duan Lingtian. The most precious things on Duan Lingtian and the people around him are the celestial supreme treasures. According to a reliable source, there are more than 5 celestial supreme treasures on Duan Lingtian and the people around him. More than 5 celestial supreme treasures. That's a huge fortune. Unfortunately, I'm not a match for Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, I would have coveted the celestial supreme treasures on Duan Lingtian and the people around him as well. At this moment, the group of people present on the scene could see the burly middle-aged man was a burly middle-aged man. The burly middle-aged man, old ancestor Qin Yu, who was one of the most powerful Saint sects in Skyline Realm, coveted the celestial supreme treasures and other treasures in Duan Lingtian's possession. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian was naturally aware of this. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial! The expressions of Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others turned grave when they learned the burly middle-aged man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was not easy to deal with. Among the people in Duan Lingtian's group, only Duan Lingtian and his wife, Ke, were able to maintain their composure. Ke stood there, her eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. She looked at Duan Lingtian with an infatuated expression on her face. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in her eyes at this moment. The appearance of the burly middle-aged man did not seem to disturb her at all. Everyone was guessing the burly middle-aged man, old ancestor Qin Yu, was the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Void Saint sect in Skyline Realm. He had set his eyes on the celestial supreme treasures on Duan Lingtian and the people around him. Old ancestor Qin Yu finally spoke. He said, Duan Lingtian! Old ancestor Qin Yu looked at Duan Lingtian greedily and said in a deep voice, As the successor of Feng Qingyang, although you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, your strength is comparable to Feng Qingyang. Unfortunately, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Today, you and the people around you are destined to die. The celestial supreme treasures in your hands are also destined to be left behind. Old ancestor Qin Yu did not beat around the bush, and did not beat around the bush. He said he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and the others and snatch the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Lingtian and the others. Oh? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard old ancestor Qin Yu's words. He said indifferently, I'm afraid you're not qualified to kill us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures. Duan Lingtian knew his current strength very well. Although he might not be able to defeat or kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was 90% confident he would be able to tie with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, he was not afraid even if the burly middle-aged man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people were surprised by Duan Lingtian's nonchalance. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he's not afraid of old ancestor Qin Yu. As a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, old ancestor Qin Yu must have a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian must know this as well. However, he's still so calm. It's either he's bluffing or he's not afraid of old ancestor Qin Yu. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure. This is the strongest combination in the mundane realm, right? That's right. Based on their words, one could tell they were surprised that Duan Lingtian was still able to maintain his composure. They did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for old ancestor Qin Yu. Naturally, there were also some people who thought Duan Lingtian was only so calm because he was confident. When Duan Lingtian killed the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Whether it's in terms of attack or speed, his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's right. So what if old ancestor Qin Yu has a celestial supreme treasure? As long as Duan Lingtian casts the celestial technique that forms the sword formation, he'll be able to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from old ancestor Qin Yu. I think old ancestor Qin Yu can only tie with Duan Lingtian. It's almost impossible for him to defeat Duan Lingtian. I agree. These people were all familiar with Duan Lingtian's strength. All of them were certain Duan Lingtian was not inferior to old ancestor Qin Yu. For this reason, all of them were confident in Duan Lingtian. However, there were also some people who remained neutral. They did not know who was stronger between Duan Lingtian and old ancestor Qin Yu. Compared to guessing, they were more concerned about the truth. Everyone thought old ancestor Qin Yu would fly into a rage after hearing Duan Lingtian's words and attack Duan Lingtian. Contrary to their expectations, old ancestor Qin Yu nodded. Indeed. Old ancestor Qin Yu nodded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength earlier. Indeed, you're not inferior to me. Moreover, I can't think of a way to counter your method of snatching the celestial supreme treasure. If we were to fight, we'd be evenly matched at most. Old ancestor Qin Yu said bluntly. Old ancestor Qin Yu's words made one thing clear. Even old ancestor Qin Yu did not think he could defeat Duan Lingtian, let alone kill Duan Lingtian. HM? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard old ancestor Qin Yu's words. He did not expect old ancestor Qin Yu to be so confident. He had thought old ancestor Qin Yu was confident. Old ancestor Qin Yu only dared to make such a bold statement because he was blindly confident in himself. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Old ancestor Qin Yu was very self-aware. What's going on? Since old ancestor Qin Yu admitted he'd only be evenly matched with Duan Lingtian, why did he say he'd killed Duan Lingtian and the others and snatched the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Lingtian and the others? Many people were confused. Perhaps he has a helper? All of a sudden, someone uttered, "That's right. Helper?" Just like the others, Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. Whoosh! Chapter 2474. At this moment, the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian and the others was an old man. The old man descended from the sky at lightning speed like a WIRM. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived next to old ancestor Qin Yu, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Void Saint sect in the Void realm. The old man was dressed in a long green robe. His unbound brown hair fluttered in the wind like pythons, ready to strike at any moment. The old man had an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He did not seem very eye-catching. However, such an old man was no weaker than Patriarch Qin Yu in terms of bearing and aura when he stood next to Patriarch Qin Yu. Ancestor! Ancestor! At this moment, as the green-clothed old man appeared, another group of people immediately saluted the old man respectfully. It's the people from the Kuan Python sect in Vast Cloud Realm. That's the Grand Elder of the Kuan Python sect. He's an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The person next to him is the 3rd Elder of the Kuan Python sect. He's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Oh my God! Could it be that the Heavenly Python Elder of the Rock Python sect is the Rock Python sect's Heavenly Python Elder to be so respectful and address him as ancestor? Apart from the Heavenly Python Elder, I don't think there's anyone else in the Kuan Python sect who can command such respect from the Grand Elder of the Kuan Python sect. While this group of people bowed respectfully to the old man, Some people from vast cloud plain also recognized the people who bowed respectfully to the old man. They were the people from the Kuan Python sect, one of the top forces in vast cloud realm. The Kuan Python sect was one of the top sects in vast cloud realm. There were more than 10 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, and 1 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the strongest person in the Kuan Python sect. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Kuan Python sect was known as the Heavenly Python Elder. Another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? After learning about the identity of the green-clad old man from the vast cloud realm, the people present on the scene could not help but be shocked. At this moment, they suddenly had a thought. Why is the 9th tribulation loose immortal so worthless? First, it was Duan Lingtian who displayed strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial despite being an eminent celestial. Then, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow Arch Mansion in Yanhuang realm appeared. After that, Patriarch Qin Yu, the second 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, had appeared. After him, another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the Heavenly Python Elder from the Kuan Python sect in the vast cloud realm, had appeared. In just half a day, not only did I see one eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but I even saw 3 genuine 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. In the past, I've never seen a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I actually saw 3 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the same day. A commotion broke out among the crowd when they found out the green-clad old man was also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Only Duan Lingtian's group had a slightly different atmosphere. It could even be said that it was oppressive. The Heavenly Python Elder is standing next to old ancestor Qin Yu. It seems like they're close friends. Don't tell me they're colluding with each other? Han Shu and I said in a deep voice. I'm pretty sure they're colluding with each other. Otherwise, old ancestor Qin Yu wouldn't have the confidence to say he'll kill all of us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures when he thinks he's on par with Duan Lingtian at most. Zhang Yi said with a hint of dread on his face. 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. At this moment, even Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ru Yan's expressions were slightly unsightly. Even Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn. He could still deal with 1 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Brother Qin Yu, we agreed to work together to kill Duan Lingtian and his companions. After that, we'll split the celestial supreme treasures equally. The Heavenly Python Elder, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Kuan Python sect in vast cloud realm, looked at old ancestor Qin Yu, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Power Saint sect in Skyline realm. He said bluntly, however, what if there's an extra celestial supreme treasures after we split them equally? We didn't talk about this earlier. Indeed, we didn't talk about this earlier. Old ancestor Qin Yu nodded when he heard the Heavenly Python old man's words. After a moment of silence, he said, what do you think about this? What if there's an extra celestial supreme treasure in their hands after we divide them equally? In that case, we'll send a junior from each of our respective forces to spar with each other. Whoever sends out the winner will get the extra immortal supreme treasure. Old ancestor Qin Yu suggested. That works. The Heavenly Python Elder nodded and agreed with old ancestor Qin Yu's suggestion. The two of them continued to talk as if there was no one else around them. They're really in cahoots. Han Shu and I's expression changed drastically. No wonder. No wonder old ancestor Qin Yu was so confident earlier that he could defeat Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, old ancestor Qin Yu was full of confidence. I thought he'd be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Then, he said he'd only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. At that time, I was puzzled as to why he dared to say such words under such circumstances. Now, it seems like he's prepared for this. Yes. His confidence comes from the Heavenly Python old man, 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials joining forces. Let alone Duan Lingtian, who's only an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. even if Duan Lingtian is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he might not be able to withstand their joint forces. What a pity! What a pity for Duan Lingtian! Such a monstrous genius is going to die here today. If he didn't die, with his innate talent, he would have been able to shine in the Devata realms in the future. What a pity! At this moment, everyone finally understood where old ancestor Qin Yu's confidence came from when he first appeared and acted as though he was certain he could defeat Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, old ancestor Qin Yu's confidence came from the Heavenly Python Elder. Old ancestor Qin Yu had joined forces with the Heavenly Python Elder since a long time ago. So, you've been here for a long time? You've been hiding in the shadows all this while? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at old ancestor Qin Yu and the Heavenly Python Elder warily. That's right. Old ancestor Qin Yu narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He said indifferently, Brother Heavenly Python Elder and I have been here for a long time. In fact, Duan Lingtian didn't even arrive earlier than us. We witnessed you killing the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. At that time, we could tell your strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, you possess a celestial technique that allows you to seize celestial supreme treasures. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure might not be a match for you. However, if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial isn't a match for you, what about 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? Old ancestor Qin Yu's narrowed eyes flashed with murderous intent, as if he was about to devour someone. Both of you are really patient. I didn't expect you to wait for such a long time. Duan Lingtian did not expect old ancestor Qin Yu and the Heavenly Python Elder would arrive earlier than him. Based on this, one could tell they were patient. Both of them were very patient and had only come out now. The Heavenly Python Elder said, We wanted to make a move as soon as you appeared. At this moment, the Heavenly Python Old Man spoke. However, in the end, we still plan to make our move after the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial vanishes. At that time, not only will you be ours, even the person who obtained the inheritance will be ours as well. However, we didn't expect. Duan Lingtian interrupted the Heavenly Python Elder. You didn't expect the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial would be related to me and the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? That's right. The Heavenly Python Elder was not angry at Duan Lingtian's interruption. After all, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian was no different from a dead person. There was no need to bicker with a dead person. For this reason, when you discovered the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was related to me and the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, you didn't dare to make a move until the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had left, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. Although it was a question, Duan Lingtian had already guessed the answer. You're very smart. Old ancestor Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, you'll still die here today. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his ruin. If you want to blame someone, blame the celestial supreme treasures in your hands for being too tempting. When old ancestor Qin Yu reached the end of his sentence, flames of greed rose in his eyes again. I'm curious. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked again. Why did you choose us instead of the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Is it because he has a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with him? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not ask this because he hoped the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials would chase after Suli and the other 2. He was just curious. Why did the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials choose them instead of Suli and the other 2? After all, Suli was the one who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. That's a good question. The Heavenly Python Elder said. The reason we didn't choose that person and chose you is mainly because we feel that you and the people around you have more immortal supreme treasures. Chapter 2475. Apart from that, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial next to him is from the Yellow Larch Mansion in Yanhuang Realm. According to the information we obtained after entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, there are 2 9 bodiless celestials in the Yellow Arch Mansion in Yanhuang Realm. Moreover, the 2 9 bodiless celestials in the Yellow Arch Mansion are twins. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone is huge, with their cultivation base, they'll be able to sense each other's location even if they're far away from each other. We might be able to kill him if we join forces, but it'll take some time. If we wait for the other 9 bodiless celestial from the Yellow Arch Mansion to arrive, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. The Heavenly Python Old Man revealed the reason he and old ancestor Qin Yu had chosen Duan Lingtian over Suli. Although we're not sure if the other 9 bodiless celestial from the Yellow Arch Mansion is here, who else can we choose if we don't choose you? Old ancestor Qin Yu said as he stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. Does this mean both of you think I'm a pushover? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within. You can think of it that way. Old ancestor Qin Yu smiled as though victory was already in his grasp. Duan Lingtian is going to fall in the end. It's not just him, even the people around him won't be able to survive today. It's a pity that those beauties are going to die today, withered here. The people present on the scene could not help but whisper among themselves when they sensed the tension in the air. Their eyes were glued to Duan Lingtian, the Heavenly Python Old Man, and old ancestor Qin Yu. It was as though they were afraid they would miss a single detail. I'll ask San Dao to take you, Tian Wu, and the others away first. I'll stop them and the others and wait for an opportunity to catch up with you. Even Duan Lingtian felt some pressure when facing 2 9 bodiless celestials. It was impossible for him to defeat the 2 of them. If he wanted to stop the 2 of them and escape unscathed, although the chances were slim, there was still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to Kerr and told Kerr that he would let Qin Yiru take them away. Brother Tian. Hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Kerr finally recovered from the joy of seeing Duan Lingtian again. Just as she was about to say something to Duan Lingtian, she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Kerr, it's settled. Don't worry, I'm quite confident that I'll be able to escape unscathed. Inform Tian Wu and the others through voice transmission and ask them to cooperate. I'll tell San Dao to bring all of you away. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Qin Yiru and asked him to bring Kerr and the others away. Master, are you confident? Although Qin Yiru knew he should not be asking this question at this time, he could not help but feel slightly worried. In the beginning, he had been forced to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master. However, now, he sincerely served Duan Lingtian as his master. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, Duan Lingtian was more than qualified to be his master. Even if Duan Lingtian treated him as an outsider and gave him a celestial supreme treasure, it was enough for him to serve Duan Lingtian wholeheartedly. I don't dare to say I'm 100% confident, but I'm at least 60 to 70% confident. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he was actually only 30% or 30% confident in his heart. He said this to reassure Qin Yiru. 60 to 70% confident? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Qin Yiru felt much more at ease. Don't worry, Master. I'll bring them back to the Saint Province realm safely. All right. Upon hearing Qin Yiru's words, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, the sound of whistling wind rang in his ears, attracting his attention. When he looked in the direction of the sound, his expression changed drastically. This was because the sound of whistling wind could be heard from the 7 and 8 bodiless celestials from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect. They only came to a halt after they had left the area. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Initially, he was still thinking about this. As long as the people from the Kuan Python sect and Power Saint sect were gathered in the same region, coupled with the Heavenly Python Old Man and ancestor Qin Yu, it was possible for him to stop them temporarily and create an opportunity for Qin Yiru and the others to leave when he used his full strength. However, the people from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect seemed to know his plan. They had spread out and were waiting for him. Their actions had undoubtedly cut off the escape route for his people. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's face became extremely gloomy, and it was as if water could drip from it. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian, I'm just trying to guard against you. Don't tell me you're really going to risk your life to stop us and let the people around you escape? Old Ancestor Qin Yu asked with a chuckle when he saw Duan Lingtian's darkened expression. Based on Old Ancestor Qin Yu's words, it seemed like the 7 and 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect had spread out was his idea as well. Old Ancestor Qin Yu, do you believe that I'll be able to kill the people from the Power Saint sect before we fight? Duan Lingtian said coldly as his eyes flashed coldly. Of course I believe you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Old Ancestor Qin Yu was not angered. Instead, he said nonchalantly, however, if you dare to make a move on them, Brother Heavenly Python and I will kill everyone around you before we fight. Kill everyone around him! Patriarch Qin Yu emphasized these 4 words with murderous intent. Swoosh! Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face as the energy in his body whizzed out and covered the surface of his body. It emitted waves of terrifying aura as it instantly distorted the space and formed a rapid whirlpool. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial origin energy and saint origin energy in his body soared again, and he reached his peak state. Duan Lingtian, your assist-type divine ability isn't bad. Let Brother Heavenly Python and I have a taste of your techniques. Old Ancestor Qin Yu said loudly as soon as Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast and majestic energy surged out of his body. His energy was like water bursting out of a dam. Once it was unleashed, it could not be stopped. Whoosh! As soon as Old Ancestor Qin Yu's energy surged out, the Heavenly Python Old Ancestor's energy surged out of his body as well. When the energy surged out of the Heavenly Python Old Ancestor's body, it was as though 10,000 snakes were dancing in the air. It sent chills down one's spine. Moreover, the Heavenly Python Old Ancestor's energy was on par with the Old Ancestor Qin Yu's energy. Based on this, one could see that his strength was on par with Old Ancestor Qin Yu. Boom! 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 The 2 9 Tribulation bodiless celestials unleashed their full strength and slammed their palms into the air, causing the air to tremble. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as a violent gust of wind blew toward the people present on the scene. So this is the strength of a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial? Many people narrowed their eyes in shock when they saw the violent gust of wind blowing toward them. Based on the violent gust of wind, they could tell how terrifying the strength of a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial was. Just the force of the 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial was already so powerful. Brother Tian! Just as the situation was on the verge of exploding, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. It was as though the voice contained some sort of magical power. It clearly entered the ears of everyone present on the scene, causing their hearts to skip a beat. This was because when this voice entered their ears, all the other voices in their ears seemed to have completely quieted down. What kind of technique is this? While they were shocked by the methods of the owner of the voice, the gazes of the people present all landed on the place where the voice originated from. Astonishingly, a beautiful young woman was standing there. The lady stood there with an otherworldly aura, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. At the same time, she also became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes fell on her. At the same time, they soon discovered that the woman was staring at them. The woman's gaze was focused on Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in her eyes. Many of the men present on the scene could not help but feel jealous. At this moment, all of them seemed to have forgotten about the voice that seemed to contain some sort of magical power. Leave them to me. I'd like to see how they're going to kill all of us, Kerr said to Duan Lingtian. Kerr. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was completely stunned. He was dumbstruck. He did not expect this would happen. He did not expect Kerr to step forward and ask him to leave the 2 9 Tribulation bodiless celestials to her. Based on her words, it was as though she was capable of dealing with the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Kerr, stop fooling around. Those are 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck for a moment before he regained his senses and hurriedly reprimanded him. He thought Kerr only said those words because she did not know how terrifying a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was. Whoosh! You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.